What's this? Am I on time? I wish I'd been paying more attention to the clock, because I totally could have jumped on at exactly 3 o'clock today. It could have worked. Gasp, yes. Hello, It's Okay. You are here early today. It is lovely to see. I was going to say you see your face. I can't see your face, but lovely to see your name. Thank you for the 15 months, Marks. Hello, Ghoulish Misfit, Aretha Winterfell, Death's Head, and Decoy, and Magistrate Ironlung. Yeah, that's true. It's like, Kaylee's on time. I'm early. The time gasps today. I love that little wolfy wave, Decoy. Where'd you get it? That's precious and I want it. Welcome everybody. So if you are new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. No longer voted on by everyone. Voted on by the people who wrote for or did at least 2 reviews for the previous week. Formally voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They will be unlocked through cheering. So the little moths that you see around the screen, I did it the wrong way. I have to do the weird backwards thing. And now I'm all messed up. They're places. The moths you see around the screen, each moth is a encore, so once the bubbles are coming out of the antennae, once the bubbles breach containment, then you know that you have unlocked an encore. So yes, let me show you how to be guaranteed. New cheer! Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. You should see them now. Awesome. So we have the Bookworm tier. That is a $2.99 a month. That is the $3 tier. That allows you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts and you can submit 2 submissions. And I finally changed it to say 5 words there in the prompt submission. I don't know if it would be better to have it say 5-word prompts like this one says 6 and 7, but I at least put 5 words in there. Anyways, then the $5 tier gets you access to all those things, but you can submit 6-word prompts and you can submit 3 submissions each week. And then when you are selected to be read in on the stream, then you'll be in the guaranteed section. Then we have the $10 a month tier, the transformed one. And you get access to all that. You can submit 4 submissions, you can submit 7-word prompts, and the first prompt that you submit goes directly to the poll. You can also have a universe tag for your universe. That's like what the overly familiar corrupted desire tags are, but you do have to DM me or tag me whenever you want that. And then you get access to the wizard kitty emotes and the Victor emotes. Can you guys read it when it's like this, or is it too small? Because I tend to make it bigger, but it would be very helpful if I didn't have to. I was gonna say something. Oh, I don't know if I should say this right now or wait. I don't know. My monitor is crap. I can't answer fairly. Fair. I'm on mobile, so everything's too small. Including me. I'm too small as well. Fair enough. Okay, go back over here. And then and then go to the stream chat. Alright, hello Corian. Welcome. Thank you for the cheers. Ghoulish Misfit, Marks, Mako Cam, Death's Head. Awesome. We'll love to see that. And Mako Cam again. I think, yeah, you're at a level 2 hype train. That's awesome. Arachnar, hello. Yes. Alright, so our prompt for this week is Nightmares for Sale. Very interesting prompt. I mean, it's weird when somebody else came up with the prompt and then you submitted it for them, because like it kind of feels self-serving to say it's interesting when I submitted it, but also I didn't come up with it. So, thank you for the follow, whoever followed. But you guys came up with interesting stories, I can say that for sure. Did we get horsies? Why would we get horsies? Why are there horses? But without further ado, our list for this week is Tajadaline, Marks, Palmathemus, and Corian for our guarantees. Then, for our encores, we have Redrev, Arachnarchista, Spectre, and Decoy. I have a CW next to Marx's because it is particularly dark this week. This is one that's like just on the cusp of me letting it through. It's so dark, and so I wanted to warn people right away, hey, if you're not really good with, but let me read the actual content warning. Mental and physical abuse and a horrible sadistic being portrayed. Yeah, maybe get up to get a snack during that one. God, I wish I'd written about horses now. Hey, your story was fantastic. You didn't need to add horses to it for it to be great. Yeah, Marks wasn't sure it would be eligible, not gonna lie. Very fair. And I can tell you, like, it can be kind of interesting to discuss because, like, I don't know, we'll discuss it when we get there. But anywho, is there anything else to say? I guess I'll say this thing first. Hey, there's a hype train of some sort. But I should say at the end, but I'm afraid I'll forget, so I'm gonna make sure to say it at the beginning too. So I would like to do a charity stream for Save a Fox next week, and so that means that if that plan moves forward, then you'll be required to submit prompts that are related to it. I will give you better guidelines, when I actually tell you about it. But yeah, just FYI, probably gonna be a little bit different of a prompt and stream next week. Or not next week, but like next prompt. Yeah, the next prompt that is submitted. And I can explain more of why I want to do that later, but I don't want to make myself sad right now. Well, guess we spent an extra this month. Did you say, like, send more than you thought you were? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for the gift sub. Okay, so what do we say the gift sub is worth? Is it worth 500? But yeah, so like your cheers are always appreciated, but your cheers are especially appreciated this week. Because I'm really excited about the encores, and like they're all different, and I feel like they all provide for interesting discussion, so I would love to see them all unlocked. And B, because, I'm not gonna get anything from your cheers on unless you guys are extra nice and you also cheer for me, I'm not gonna get anything from your cheers on the Save a Fox stream. So, yeah, especially consider cheering for this week. Okay, let me see if I can use, I don't think I have, stream elements up, but let me see if I can pull it up. me log into Twitch. Okay. Well, just know that 500 bits are added to the total that's here. So it is 3,500 right now. Alrighty, room. But without further ado, I keep thinking of things to talk about. Let's just do it. Let's go into... Oh, wait, no. Hey, is Darlene here? Because if Darlene isn't here, then, yeah, why don't you tag Darlene, Palma Themis, and... Okay, Corianne is here. So Marks and Corianne are here, so they're good. Yeah, so can somebody tag Darlene and Pal and ask when they think they'll be here? Thank you, Wolf. You want to see Kitty while we're waiting for a response?
This is Kitty. Yes, it is. That's a little meow meow. There's also another one on the other side, but he's much harder to show. Right now? Oh, yeah, the purr and the biscuits. The purr and the biscuits. Oh, so cute. Yes, you are. Yes, you're a baby.
Hey, Darlene! Almost missed it due to falling asleep. Well, I'm glad that you didn't. At least one story had a mention of horses in a cheeky way, but I don't quite remember which one it was. Fair enough. Okay, let's do it. Let's start with Darlene. Everybody Got Bills by Tasha Darlene. 315 words. I'm in trouble. Big time. It almost feels like I sold my soul to one of those darn lower demons. And all that for a necklace she didn't like. Not even one bit. She hated it. Mostly because of the protection spell, I guess. She hates feeling dependent. I learned that the hard way. Well, now I need to make money. I got bills I gotta pay, and so on. Or rather, debts. The only problem, the stuff that I am best at is the not-so-nice witch kind of stuff. Snow Queen potions, Sleeping Beauty curses, madness poisons, nightmares in a bottle. You get the picture. Which is also why I even had to buy the necklace. Can't imbue stuff with protection spells myself, just got no talent for it. Might be because my granny on my dad's side was fae. It always ends up being something of a curse, and way more trouble than it's worth. Whatever. Back to business. Literally. I just finished cursing a ring for one of my regulars. Next will be a batch of bottled nightmares. Hopefully I got enough rotten dream peaches left for that dozen I wanted to make. What my customers want that stuff for? I don't want to know. And trust me, you don't as well. I asked once and I deeply regret it. So I just refused to think about it. Oh well, gotta do what you gotta do. And in my case, right now, that's juicing those peaches. Later, that juice is going to be cooked with different other ingredients and a bit of my magic, depending on what kind of nightmare the concoction is supposed to induce. Just falling endlessly is a classic. I saw that more times than I can count by now. And right after that is zombies, for whatever reasons. I miss her. If only I never got that stupid necklace. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I don't believe you had a note, Darlene, but if you did, tell me. And if you have questions now, even though you didn't before, feel free to ask them right in the chat. Alrighty, Rue. This is a very fun story. I enjoyed it a lot. I really enjoyed this character. I think it'd be very fun to learn more about the character and this girl that they bought the necklace for. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. But alright, let's just get into it. Really like the title. That's super fun. Gets me interested right away. The first line is great. Nice and dramatic. It makes you want to keep reading. So as for the demon line, got a couple things to say there. So, number one, Darn feels oddly gentle. Like it just kind of feels like, oh, those gosh diddly darn little demons, you know, rather than like, oh, like those damn demons, you know. And I think it might be because, you know, damn is like literally factual when it comes to demons most of the time, so I don't really hear darn demons. I hear damn demons. So I don't know if that's just a me thing, but that kind of stuck out as like, why are you censoring yourself? And then why lower demons? Like, are the higher demons okay? Like, it's fine to sell your soul to the higher demons, but those darn lower demons, you know? And then the other thing about the demon stuff is that it does say it almost feels like, and so I do think it's ultimately clear they didn't, you know, sell their soul to a demon. But because that is the second line, and it is the first line that we have anything solid to hold on to, I think it could easily read as, like, that actually happening. It could read as, like, oh, okay, so this is a story about, like, selling your soul to a demon. Okay. And so I feel like, having that come later, after things are a little more established, like it's established that they're drowning in debt, and then say, you know, it almost feels like I sold my soul to a demon. I think that might work a little bit better. Those gosh darn demons at it again, yeah. And welcome, Palmathemus. Good to see you. So you are here. Everybody's here. That's great to see. I really like the all for a necklace she didn't like. I think that's a very neat intro of like, oh, I went through hell to get this, and she didn't even like it. I think that's really fun and continues to pull me into the story. There is an element there. I did talk last week about how when you have a pronoun, it goes back to the last noun. Okay, so we have the pronoun she. Okay, so we go back to the last noun. The last noun is demon. And so I feel like most people wouldn't have this confusion, but I can tell you that my dad absolutely had the confusion, thinking that, like, the demon, that the demon was the one who didn't like the necklace. And so there was, like, this confusion of, like, okay, a demon sold them a necklace, but, like, the demon didn't like the necklace? Like, what's happening here? And so I do think that that is one of those cases where, again, saying the relationship, so saying, like, all that for a necklace my girlfriend didn't like, or all that for a necklace, like, my sister didn't like. I think it's a girlfriend. But, yeah, so saying the relationship, I think, would be the clearest thing there, especially because, how dare you give me the necklace I just sold you? Yeah, so some potential confusions in that line, even though I do like what you're going for there. And I do like the specificity of, like, no, she didn't just not like it, she hated it. I do think it's, like, very interesting and kind of realistic, she hates feeling dependent, because I feel like that is a real thing that happens, like, especially in like, today's society. Like, I feel like you hear about how, I don't know, the boyfriend opens the car door for his girlfriend, and then she can be like, what, you think I can't open the door myself? You know, that kind of thing. It's like, is chivalry really is dead, you know? Like, I can't be chivalrous. She doesn't like it. So it has those kind of vibes where they tried to do something nice for them, and then she's like, oh, so you want me to be dependent on you? You think I can't do anything for myself then, do you? It's like, I just got a cool necklace, you know? So I liked that. I don't know if it's necessary, but I do wonder, like, what the protection was for. If it was, like, just general protection of, like, hey, I love you, I don't want you to be in danger, let's just get you a basic protection spell so that you don't, like, get killed on the road. Or if it's like, hey, like, if I ever use magic, it goes bad, so, like, let's protect you from that. Like, both are super fair and super worthy reasons to get it. And I am curious what the production was wanted for. I'm also very curious why it was that expensive, you know? But anyways, a little nitpicky. It's a little redundant here of I need to make money, I got bills I've gotta pay, especially because the title is Everybody Got Bills, so I think just saying, you know, either now I need to make money, I have debts I have to pay, or, you know, I got bills gotta pay and so on, or rather debts. I'd probably do the latter. I think might flow a little bit better. I do really like the premise of this character of like, yeah, I can do magic, but only the bad stuff. Like, I'm no good at the good stuff. That's super interesting and creative, and like I said, I'd be so interested to keep reading about this character. So, Snow Queen potions, Sleeping Beauty curses, madness, poisons, nightmares in a bottle. So, on the one hand, I do feel like this gives a great picture, and it, like, using stuff like Snow Queen and Sleeping Beauty immediately makes you think of course, fairy tales, and, you know, how the curses go in those, and stuff like that. On the other hand, I also feel like the specificity is a little odd. Because like, many fairy tales have sleeping curses in them, namely Sleeping Beauty and Snow White. So I feel like you could just say sleeping curses, and people would probably get, like, oh yeah, like the kind that Sleeping Beauty was under, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. And then for Snow Queen potions, I'm like, okay, this could mean it makes everything snow. This could mean it gives you snow powers, you know, like Elsa. This could mean that it makes you see the worst in everything, like the Demon Mirror did. You know, there's a lot of different things that a Snow Queen potion could do. And so I think saying, like, snow potion if it makes it snow, maybe potion that gives you snow powers for an Elsa potion, though, of course, that would break up the flow. Or just Demon Mirror shards, you know, that they can just make Demon Mirror shards if it's that one. I think those would be a bit clearer. So, you know, like Demon Mirror shards, sleeping curses, madness, poisons, nightmares in a bottle, you know, that kind of thing. But I do like the idea of those, and the fact that it's like, no, like, I'm good at the evil queen stuff. I'm good at the witch stuff. I really like the, you know, that's why I had to buy the necklace, because I can't do a protection spell. I can only do the unprotection. Oh my gosh. Wouldn't that be wild if they, like, started by trying to do it themselves and it was an unprotection spell, so, like, all of a sudden, like, they're on the road and the bandits just so happen to find them. They just happen to fall into, like, a bucket of mop water. You know, everything goes wrong. And they're like, now I need to get a protection spell for my unprotection spell. And then it'll neutralize and you'll be normal again. But anyways, I like that. I like the little thing about Granny being Fae. I like the phrasing of it always ends up being something of a curse. I think that's great. And I kind of like, I don't know if you meant it to rhyme, but I kind of like the rhyme of, like, curse and worth. The idea of the rotten dream peaches are really interesting. I'm guessing that would mean, like, a ripe dream peach could make dreams, but a rotten one would make nightmares. And again, I love the idea of them, like, trying to make dreams and they touch the peach and it just goes rotten, or, like, every time they, like, cut it open, it always is rotten inside, and they're like, I guess I have to do the nightmares. And I do think it's very interesting, though, you know, what do they want that stuff for? Because I was thinking about it and I was like, okay, so, like, you are good at the bad witch stuff, and you don't like that about yourself, and you know, but it do pay the bills. And then I was like, well, okay, if you're giving this stuff out to people and you're creating all these horrible curses around the kingdom, wouldn't it do less damage to the kingdom and the people in it if you just, like, did the bad stuff yourself. Meaning, like, if you just, like, went out and stole to get money instead of, like, selling the curses and stuff. But then I thought about it, and the probably best comparison for this in real life would be like a gun store owner. And I was like, okay, that does make more sense, that it's like, they're not responsible, a gun store owner is not responsible for what the people who buy their guns do with them. They might want them, you know, for protection, they might want them to go out and do something horrible. It's not the gun store owner's fault, you know? So, I don't know, it's an interesting thing to think about. I do feel like the nightmare stuff feels kind of, well, first of all, it kind of makes the plot feel kind of incidental to the story. The story is about, like, you know, being a... I was gonna say being an evil witch, but they're not an evil witch. It's just that they're a misfortunate witch. They're a misfortunate witch that ends up, you know, cursing things when they don't want to. And so, you know, the aside about the nightmares definitely feels like it's there for the prompt rather than feeling like it really fits the flow of the story, if that makes sense. I am curious why Falling Endlessly is such a good seller, because, like, when I try to think, okay, like, why would somebody want to buy a nightmare? Well, it's unlikely that you would buy it for yourself, and if you were buying it for yourself, you probably wouldn't be buying Falling Endlessly. Okay, so they're probably buying it, like, for their enemies, you know, to hurt their enemies. Okay, if you're trying to hurt your enemies, I feel like there are a lot better nightmares than Falling Endlessly to give them. You know, and granted, like, I guess Falling Endlessly would be more of a prank nightmare. It would be like, yeah, I'm gonna prank them, rather than, like, I'm going to show them their worst fears. You know? So maybe they're selling nightmares to the pranksters of the town, rather than, like, the actual evil, you know, people of the town. But I was definitely scratching my head as to why that one in particular would sell well. I do like that it's just like, yeah, Falling Endlessly is a classic, and then zombies. Don't know why, but zombies. So, I like both parts of what's going on here. I like the necklace stuff, very interested in, you know, the presumed girlfriend and the necklace. And I also like the shop stuff, and that they're really bad at the Good Witch stuff. But I feel like the story as a whole doesn't really meld them together. You know, I still feel like I have a lot of questions about the nightmare, or not the nightmares, the necklace. Two N-words. And like, yes, they are tied together in the sense that it's like, I, you know, spent all my life savings on that necklace and now I need to get the money back. But I still feel like, okay, we start the story with like, ooh, like there was this necklace and she hated it. Why did she hate it? And then we veer into time to set up shop. And then we veer back into the necklace. And so it kind of makes the story end up feeling a little bit rambly, like it's this character just kind of rambling their internal thoughts and feelings and stuff like that. And they're interesting thoughts and feelings, but I think I just want them either melded together a little more information on the necklace story, or like, you know, I guess like more of a plot rather than just a description of, you know, what the shop is like and everything. But that being said, like, even though I know that's a pretty big critique, I did walk away from this story, like, really enjoying it. Like, I saw that, in the chat you were like, oh, like, I'm not really proud of this one, and I was like, okay, and so I went to go read it, and I was like, no, I think that's good. I think you did a good job. Like, even though there might be room for improvement, I think you can be proud of, what you came up with here. And, like, I think I've said this before, but this is kind of the thing of, like, why I personally tend to really like universes, because I assume that this is a one-off. I read a one-off like this, and I'm like, tell me more about this character. This character's so cool. I want to know more. I want to know about the girlfriend. Like, all you did was just write this very simple story, and you already have, like, a bunch more stories that you could write with this character and this world. You know, you could write about the scene where they go buy the necklace. You could write about the scene where they give it to the girlfriend. You could write about them falling in love with the girlfriend. You could write something from the girlfriend's perspective on why she hates the protection spell. You could write about, you know, selling a nightmare and like it going horrible. Or you could write about somebody buying the nightmare and what they're doing with it. You could write about them being a child and their magic, you know, causing mayhem around them. You know, there's so much. You could write about, like, them getting back together with a girlfriend, or trying to, and it going horribly, or them meeting someone new. Like, there's so many different things that you can do. What was that, like 10 stories? All from just this little one-off that you wrote. So... yeah, like, I don't know if that's how other people's brains work, but that's how my brain works, and so I'm like, I think that's why I tend to, like, I love one-offs, so don't get me wrong, but I think it's why I gravitate towards universes, because I want to, like, really dig into the characters and worlds and get to know them more and stuff. But... let's see what folks have been saying. Ragnar, the title and the whole story keeps making the song No Rest for the Wicked play on my mind. Who is that by? Mako has the lyrics here. Money don't grow on trees, got bills to pay, got mouths to feed, ain't nothing in this world is free. Yep, those are the vibes. I have been falling for 30 minutes! yeah, okay. That makes a little more sense as to why that would be a problem. But I guess that's the thing, is that, like, it works in the sense of, like, that is a very common nightmare that people have, and so, like, yeah, that is a classic in terms of just, like, nightmares that people have. It's more of a question of why people would buy it. And so...
Hi, kitty. You want out? Oh, baby cat.
But maybe I'm too harsh on the falling endlessly method. Maybe even though that's something that their own brain could conjure, it still would be horrifying, you know, to give to them. But then again, I think that also corroborates my prankster thing, because that was kind of like a prankster moment from Doctor Strange. Fun fact, the title and one of the first lines is from Bills by Lunch Money Lewis. Is that the song that Arachnar was referencing? No questions, thank you. Gotcha. This is an amazing tale, Arachnar says. Them varmint demons! Now I'm just imagining, like, oh my gosh, now this is an idea for Marx's universe. You need to, at some point, write a story about a redneck farmer during the time when, like, demons are taking over the world, and they're just, like, not exactly chill with it, but it's just like, yeah, it's just another varmint for them to get out their gun and shoot. It's like, oh, varmint demons, you know? I think higher dudes will be interested in more high-quality souls and have better deals. Fair enough. Those darn demons, they're wacky. Lower demons seem like needing to sell your soul dirty cheap. Mm-hmm. Mom, get the blunderbuss and the rock salt! Yes. I think I was thinking more shotgun. My girlfriend, who, as you know, is a demon, is not very fond of necklaces. Should have gone for horn adornments. Nice. I don't know what's worse, an interpretation of goodwill in bad faith or an arrogant expectation of goodwill. You mean for, like, the protection spell thing? I'm not sure I totally follow. The main character has goodwill, but it's interpreted in bad faith, or, like, they're expecting goodwill, and for some reason this isn't goodwill. Makes you a danger magnet. I could dig it. Yep, the unprotection spell. Pay me so I won't sell these curses. Now that's a business. Now you got yourself a business. I like that. That it's like, now we have another story for potentially in this universe that, like, these curses are running people out of house and home. Everybody's having the worst nightmares, or they're just falling endlessly every night. Everybody hates it. They all learn this from this one shop, and then the shop owner's like, well, why don't you pay me to stop selling this stuff? Now, rambling makes sense for someone who is dealing with anxiety, and dealing with pets is very anxiety-inducing. That is very fair. I think it's just more of, like, the anxiety is not the point of the story. The point of the story is to tell a story. Like, last week, Delian's story was about anxiety, and so for that one, like, rambling makes total sense and, like, isn't a hindrance to the story. But for this one, like, we are trying to tell, like, some sort of, like, plot here, or, like, yeah, some sort of story here, and so, the rambling feels like it serves the story less, if that makes sense. Tajas, thank you a lot. And the world itself is the same one that pretty much every story I ever wrote for the group is set in, just the characters are usually new ones. Gotcha. What a buy a falling nightmare. 2 different songs, gotcha. I have falling nightmares at home. Yes, exactly. That is the vibe. I imagine falling endlessly nightmare being like the vanilla flavor. It's a safe option when you don't know the taste of those being gifted. Marks, I will add redneck demon hunters to the list. Yes. I think Wolf is talking about people who buy curses. Oh, let me go back. The interpretation of goodwill and bad faith, or an arrogant expectation of goodwill. You mean, like, if the shop seller is like, you know, well, I feel like I would, I don't know if that's what Wolf was talking about, because I feel like the worst expectation there would be bad will. And so I don't know why both options would be goodwill there. That's just supernatural. They literally had shotguns loaded with salt. Wild. Journey to the Center of the Earth as a scene where they're falling for a very long time. The more recent adaptation. Interesting. I like, yeah, the thing is, like, I'm not saying that falling endlessly isn't a terrible fate. You know, like, that scene with Loki and, you know, the scene in this movie, I can totally see where it's like, yeah, that's horrifying. It's different because, like, at least for me, when I fall in my dream, I wake up. And so it's just like, yeah, like, of course, I have plenty of falling dreams. And then when I fall, I wake up. And so it doesn't feel like something worth buying to me. Like, if it's an actual fate that's actually happening in real life, yeah, totally a villainous thing to, you know, do to somebody. But in a dream, it's like, yeah, I can make that myself, and it's like doesn't even crack the top 10 nightmares I've had, you know? So why would you buy it for someone? It's kind of what I'm thinking. Prompted them dang varmint demons. Mm-hmm. How dare you open the door for me versus you're not going to open the door for me. Oh, okay, yeah. So it was the protection spell thing. So the like chivalry thing. How dare you open the door for me? You don't think I can do it myself versus you're not going to open the door for me? Excuse me? Great point. Yeah, but neither are great. And yeah, I think there are probably plenty of idioms that have fox in them that we could use as prompts. What great story. Darlene very much enjoyed it. If someone embraces both of those personalities, they're officially gaslighting. Alright. It is Marksy time. And like I said before, I will reiterate that this content warning is no joke. This story was just on the cusp of not being able to read it on the stream. So if you are particularly sensitive to these kinds of topics or just really dark stories in general, maybe take a break here, go get a snack, and, you know, come back and I don't know how long we're going to be talking about it, 15, 30 minutes. You're welcome, Darlene. Yes, I know I liked it a lot. Alrighty-roo. Reader, tomorrow's my day off so I can follow the dream. I think you meant stream, but that was a perfect little Freudian slip or typo. You can follow the dream until you pass out. Well, I'm glad that you are first on the Encore roster, then gives you more chance of actually hearing it. Alrighty-roo. When things break, things shatter. Corrupted Desire, Lynette. By Marks. 350 words. Content warning, Alex, aka mental and physical abuse, and generally being a horrible sadistic being. I wince, looking over the cowering girl on the floor. She used to be brash and confident and a massive bitch, honestly. But now, she was a broken thing, hugging herself, racked with sobs. Alex had torn the poor thing to pieces in every possible way. I can see the agony etched onto her face with every pained movement she makes. But what really tears me up inside is that this is her being grateful. Alex showed her the barest of niceties, and she clings to it for dear life. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted Matt to pay for rejecting me, not the problem, sister? A voice purrs behind me. I shouldn't have jumped. I shouldn't be afraid. He's my family. Alex cares for me. But as I look at the girl on the floor, I can't help but wonder what would happen if he ever saw me as an enemy. Nothing, brother. I feel his hand on my shoulder as he says, I have never lied to you, my dear sister. You need never lie to me either. I glance once more to the girl, to Daisy. I think this is too much. Matt doesn't even like her. Alex chuckles, a cruel smile curling his lips, his yellow eyes glowing. Exactly. You see, eventually Matt will return and find this. Whether he likes her or not is irrelevant. The powerful fool is a bleeding heart. When he sees what I've done to those he's merely familiar with, the destruction and chaos I have rained down on everyone who was unfortunate enough to simply live amongst him, he will break too. None of this would have happened if he'd accepted you. You wanted revenge, and I will destroy him from the inside out. His power will mean nothing. Alex walks towards Daisy, placing his foot on her head and grinding as she whimpers a pitiful thank you. I look away. You are young, dear sister. You will learn not to empathize with the garbage. But trust me when I say, every drop of revenge we agreed upon will be yours. I can promise you that. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. If it made you sad. Whatever. If it made you feel things. Whatever those feelings may be. So, the notes here are toast medium. Questions. I know what you're thinking, maybe. Is this my What Have I Done story repurposed for this prompt? Funnily enough, it isn't. My story for that prompt is much more lighthearted. Questions. 1. I was tempted to have Daisy remain unnamed for the whole story, but I thought having Lynette actively start using her name during the story helped show how remorseful she was of the situation. Did that work for you, or would you have preferred it one way or the other? 2. How does Alex come across in this? For anyone familiar with the character, is it jarring how differently he treats Lynette to literally every other character? 3, does everything make sense? Any plot holes / glaring issues? 4, how does the prompt use work? I realize a deal might not be the same as a sale, but I figured it was close enough. 5, so my first thought for the title of this one was, this deal is getting worse all the time. Which might be an arguably better title, but I figured how about I try not undercutting intense story with a meme title this time. The title is from Shatter by Code Orange, which I was listening to as I wrote it, so it seemed appropriate. Which title do you prefer? Well, I guess because it's, the title at the start, I will start with just answering that question, which is, I really like this title. I strongly prefer the title that you picked. I don't think that, granted, I don't know that I actually know the meme that this deal is getting worse all the time. Maybe if you show it to me, then I'll be like, oh yeah, that meme. But I don't immediately know what meme you're referring to, so if you use this deal is getting worse all the time, I don't think I would say that it undercut it. It would just be like, yep, accurate. But this, I think that, this deal is getting worse all the time is just very on the nose of, yeah, she made a deal and it keeps getting worse. But this has some depth to it. This is he didn't just break her, he shattered her. That is kind of Alex's whole character. And FYI, I have not heard the song, so I don't know, how the lyric is used in the song. I'm just going off of just the title itself. But yeah, Alex doesn't just break things. He shatters them beyond recognition and repair. And I feel like that is very fitting for what's going on here. And I think it does nicely set up, hey, there's gonna be some shattering in this story. This story is gonna be pretty intense. So I think that works incredibly well. I don't know why I was gonna say that works incredibly fair. And so then I said it works incredibly fell, which I guess true. I was not expecting to see a Lynette first-person corrupted desire story, but I do think that is one of the things that I liked about the story, is that getting to see, I don't know, maybe it's not the end, but at least, the middle, and I'm very scared of where the end is, but at least, the middle of her deal with Alex. And I think that is, I actually only thought of this now, but I think that might be one of the reasons that this story was palatable enough to read on stream, because it's from her perspective, and her perspective is closer to ours. That she's like, this absolutely sucks, I hate this, this is terrible, he's gone too far. Because if we were in Alex's head, and he's like, this is awesome, I love torturing people, then I think that would be even harder to stomach. And so the fact that you have a character who is a stand-in for the audience, who's I don't like this, I think, I don't know, yeah, helps it be more palatable. I see that the ad is incoming. My pictures are upstairs, so I will go grab some to show you. Maybe, I don't know. Alright, well, I think that took more than 30 seconds, but I don't see the ad. Oh, well, I guess I'll try and say this before the ad comes up. Any newcomers, did you feel like this relied too much on the universe? Were you at all confused because of, you know, the universe character stuff. Was anything confusing in that way? Oh, I see the meme. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, I do know that scene. Okay, well, we'll talk about it after. But, so, if you don't know, I went to Denver a couple weeks ago. I went and I did a lot of things, and the things that I did were discussed in earlier streams. I have been slowly telling the story of Denver, during the ads of these streams. And so, where is it? There it is. So I went to a con. That was one of the things I did, and I bought a bunch of art, and so I have been slowly showing off the art and things that I bought, and, you know, telling the stories behind them. So I said last time that first day of the con, my mom and I went in, and she doesn't like crowds, but she wanted to try and go to the con for me because she knew that I would like it. But unfortunately, she was very much not enjoying it, and then that was making me not enjoy it, and so that day we kind of left early. And then my dad came back with me later. But on that first day, you know, because I was all like, I was kind of like leeching the emotion. Well, not kind of, I was. I was leeching the emotion off of her, and because she wasn't having fun, I wasn't able to like enjoy the art for the most part. But even in that state, I came across a couple stalls that I was like, that's amazing. And so especially if I'm in that state and I already am like, I know I love that, you know, it probably means like I actually do love it and would continue to love it if I, you know, spent time like waiting to go like, do I want to buy this? Do I not? So one of those things was the blanket that I showed you last time. And another one is the art that I'm about to show you. And I might not actually get to it because I only have 47 seconds. So I really love How to Train Your Dragon, and saying I really love How to Train Your Dragon does not cover how much I love How to Train Your Dragon. It has been my favorite movie since 2010 when it came out, and it has never been dethroned. There is one movie that like almost does, but it's not. It's kind of, they're so totally different that it's like I love them both, but they're so different. And then How to Train Your Dragon has the edge of like nostalgia and time, so it's still my favorite. One of the art pieces is for How to Train Your Dragon. It is this. So it's this style that and we will resume that later. We will resume that next ad. But there's your peek at it. Okay. Back to the story. So if you didn't hear it, I was asking anybody who is not super familiar with Marx's universe, were you confused at any point? Did you feel like anything relied too much on the universe? But anyways, that first line is a huge gut punch of a line, works well to set up the story. And then I think that the next line works very well to set up just how broken she is. Like, of course, like, when we see cowering girl on the floor, we immediately are like, I don't know who this girl is, but I feel for her. I feel sad that this is happening to her. And so usually these kind of stories would be like, she's a good person, you know, or she's like, why are you doing this to her? And so I think it adds power that it's like, no, she was a massive bitch, like, objectively. This is not like an insult, this is just an objective statement about her. And like, having read drafts of the actual book, like, her best friend uses that word to describe her, so it is truly just like a fact of who she is. So it's not like, oh my gosh, this like confident lady has been, you know, reduced into a puddle. It's like, no, like, she used to be a bitch, people didn't even like her. She was not nice, and now she's this, you know, and like now I feel for her. I think, yeah, adds a lot of power to the scene and the story and the characters. I think your descriptions going forward work very well. This is definitely like something that makes the story so much worse. I think I'll come back to that, but it's one thing for him to break her and her to be, you know, cowering and stuff on the floor and sobbing. It's another thing that for her to be cowering on the floor and thanking him for it. Like, that is so much worse and so much more horrifying. So it was kind of interesting because, like, I was, there's kind of a question here, right, of, okay, do we need to know who Matt is for the story to make sense? And only newcomers can really answer that, because I do know who Matt is. But I was thinking, I don't feel like you have to, because I feel like, yeah, it doesn't really matter who Matt is. It just matters that Lynette wanted revenge on him. It also doesn't matter if that revenge was justified or not, because all that matters is that she made a deal to get revenge on Matt, and she got way more than she bargained for in that deal. So I'm curious if others would agree. Purrs is a great word. I hope that I voiced him well. If you want me to use a different voice for him next time, do tell. But the more that I know about Alex, the more I feel like he's a very, like, silky, you know, kind of guy that it's like, oh, like, what's the matter? While doing all these horrible things. And then, so it's funny because, there's another story upcoming that had a lot of tense switches, that it kept switching from past to present, and so you're going to see a lot of blue in that story for when I fixed it. This story actually had that problem, and I only noticed on this reading. That it's like, you know, I can see that it's present tense. I glance over, so it should be, well, now I see why you had it that way, because this is kind of confusing. I do think I shouldn't have jumped is past tense, and so I think it should be something different, but now I'm like, okay, what should it be? I don't actually know now. Maybe it's not a problem. It read weird when I read it this time, but maybe not. I don't know. You guys can help if you see a problem or you don't see a problem. Anyways, but I do like the image there of, like, you know, he just asked her a very simple question, and just him asking a very simple question is jump worthy. And then the fact that she jumped makes her even more scared, because it's like, he's supposed to be my family. I'm not supposed to be scared of him. And if I'm scared of him, then that might make us not family. That might make him see me as an enemy. And so I think that works extremely well. And then I think, yeah, Alex's family, he cares for me. Laughs. Yes, exactly. That it's like, no, I don't think that, that, I was gonna say that man, but that demon cares about anybody. Anybody but himself. And yes, like, it works well because, like, I was literally thinking that just from this, like, I shouldn't have jumped. I'm already going, yeah, if he knows that you're scared of him, is that gonna make him, you know, give you a reason to be scared of him? Is that gonna make him turn on you? And so I think it works very well that she also is having that same thought process of, like, okay, I'm pretty dang scared of him, but I cannot leave, because if he sees me as an enemy, that's gonna be so much worse than watching this happen to someone else. And then I do think that it's really interesting, the line of, I've never lied to you, you never need to lie to me, because there's kind of this element of, what would I call it? Like, it might seem like it's caring, but it's like, no, you can be honest with me. I haven't lied to you. It's okay. And so, but it also has this layer of horror to it in that I know you're lying. That, like, even something as simple as, like, nothing's wrong, nothing, brother. Even that, he's like, you lying to me? You know? And so I think that works incredibly well. That, like, I don't know which way he means it. I don't know if he means it to be threatening, if he means it to be genuine, if he means it to be both. But I think that it works. That it's almost, how do I describe this? Because I don't feel like it's mock care, because I don't feel like he is faking care. Do I hear a meow? Like, I guess it's kind of this element of he genuinely means those words, but those words have a little bit of sinister in the, I don't know, familial relationship. So, to answer your question, I was thinking this before you even asked the question. So, I love this line. That is, like, 2 words. That's one of my favorite lines in the piece. Because it totally gave that impression for me of, like, she cares enough about her to call her by her name. That in the past, she probably would, you know, think of her as garbage, as the human, you know, as any number of names that are not her name. Names, insults, titles that are not her name. And after seeing everything that she's gone through, she's like, no, this is a person. This is Daisy. She deserves dignity. And she cannot give her any real dignity. So she gives her the very simple dignity of at least calling her by her name in her own head. And so I think that is extremely powerful. I was very surprised that she actually said out loud that she thought it was too much. And then I think it's very, like, horrifyingly clever, Alex's plan, that it's like, yeah, he doesn't even like her. Like, imagine how he's gonna feel when someone he doesn't even really care about, but he was just around sometimes, got this broken by me. How do you think he's gonna feel? Now, granted, I do think that, like... Granted, I don't think I actually know, like, what your plan is for how the apocalypse actually, you know, ends up happening. I just, you know, have read some stories during and after some versions of the apocalypse. But I feel like if Alex did this to, like, one of his familiars somehow, yeah, world is ending right there. Wings coming out, everything dead, everything destroyed. So granted, like, I do feel like... yeah, if his plan was just to hurt Matt, then going after someone he genuinely does care about would hurt him more. But I do feel like this is a very cleverly horrifying and sadistic plan of, yeah, I totally did go after somebody he doesn't care about, and he's still gonna care about that because he's a bleeding heart. And then, and I do like the phrasing of, you know, merely familiar with. And then I feel like Alex's true feelings come out with this line because, like, nobody said anything about his power, man. I don't think Lynette cares about his power. And so that tells us, like, I think Alex hates the fact that Matt is more powerful than him, that Alex wants to feel like the most powerful being in the universe. And so when he's actually, you know, confronted with Matt actually being the most powerful being in the universe, he hates it. And so he, like, that is his goal. Like, he doesn't care about Lynette's revenge. He cares about making him feel like making himself feel like he's more powerful, because as, you know, powerful as Matt is, he couldn't stop this from happening, or he didn't stop this from happening. And so I think that is very clever in that way. I think we'll come back to this. So I don't know if this is even really, like, a critique in the traditional sense, but you'll learn not to empathize with the garbage. Garbage felt oddly casual and inelegant of a word for him to use, especially how he's been talking for the rest of the story. And so I feel like filth, vermin, maybe gutter rats, dregs, maggots, scum, or wretches. I feel like any of those would feel a little bit more of like elegant of an insult like he might use, rather than garbage. I really like the phrasing of every drop of revenge. That's a great image there. And that's a great ending. I think that it's really interesting because this is one of those. This is kind of like the ideal that you want for a prompt use, because I read the story and I was like so like I don't know, like glued to my seat and just I mean, not exactly enjoying the story, but you know, like very invested in the story. And so I totally forgot about the prompt. And then when I pulled out of my trance and thought about the prompt, then I very much saw it, but saw it in like this clever and unique way, which is that they made this deal of Lynette being like, I would like revenge, and he's like, cool, I will get you that revenge. And so he basically sold her, I'll get you that revenge. He sold her the revenge plan. And she did not realize what a nightmare that revenge would be, what a nightmare that deal would be. And so he has sold her a nightmare, and it is both like, he has sold something that is a nightmare for everyone involved except for him. It is a nightmare for Daisy, it is a nightmare for Lynette, it is a nightmare for Matt, it's a nightmare for everybody. And so I think that works very well. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. So it was this part right here. This is the part that almost made it so I couldn't read it on stream. And it's funny because I did trip on it, and like I don't think it's because of emotion, because I've read it fine in like my practice. But like I don't know. I guess like I think I just messed up on the words themselves. I got tripped somewhere and it tripped, and then that made me trip elsewhere, but it could be evidence that, you know, I felt emotional about that line. But anyway, so yeah, that was the part where I was like, this might be a little too much for me. Because it's one thing for Daisy to kind of be the backdrop of the scene of like, there she's suffering and she's saying thank you and it's horrifying. But for him to actively, like, and it's funny because what he does, like, is in the grand scheme of things pretty simple and a lot less horrifying than what he's already done to her. But seeing him physically, like, not just put his boot on her head, but grind it. And not just that, but her thank him for it. Like, oh my gosh. Like, that is something I don't want to see. That is something I do not enjoy being in my head. And so, like, I don't know. I don't know if that is helpful or interesting. I mean, I am curious if others, like, I'm curious what others would say in terms of, like, the dark content of the story. I feel like this group overall is... I feel like overall the entire group has a higher threshold for darkness and horror than I do, which is kind of a problem because I'm the one who, you know, is reading and discussing the stories on stream. So I am guessing you guys will mostly be like, I did not have any problems with the story. But if any of you did, I'm curious, like, where was it in the story that you were like, either this is too much, or like this is on the cusp of too much, or this is particularly horrifying though it's not too much, you know? What were your thoughts in that regard? And I don't know if it's helpful for, like, you know, advice for your stories going forward. But like, I guess it's something to think about that, like, because I think one of the reasons that the story is palatable is because Daisy is the backdrop, that the point of the story is the dialogue. And sure, the dialogue do be horrifying, but we're basically being told what has happened and what's going to happen rather than actually seeing it. And again, yes, we do see it, but it's kind of like, it's there, it's the scene, not we're actively seeing him torture somebody. And so then once you bring it to the foreground and now he's actively torturing somebody, now that gets a little tougher to handle, you know? So, something to consider, I guess, when you write your dark and horrifying stories. But let's see if I have any more questions to answer. So I did answer the Daisy one. How does Alex come across in this one? For anyone familiar with the character, is it jarring how differently he treats Lynette to literally every other character? Not really, because of kind of what I said about, like, the I've never lied to you thing, where it would be one thing if I was like, wow, like, how strange. He seems to genuinely care about her when he cares about nobody. I'm like, no, he doesn't care about her either. Like, it's pretty clear he will change on a dime. That if she slips up in the slightest way, she will be the one on the ground crying, you know? So it didn't seem like he was treating her that differently. Like, yes, he is treating her differently, and he is treating her kinder than he treats most people. But it's not differently enough for me to find it jarring. It still very much seems like him. And then, yeah, I think Deal very much worked for me. It's it's funny because Meiko Cam and I have been watching Once Upon a Time, which incidentally is why he submitted the All Magic Has a Price prompt. But so, like, deals are very much in my brain right now, so I don't know if I would view it any differently if deals were not on the brain, but especially with them being on the brain, it totally worked for me. Like, a deal is, like, fairly synonymous with a sale to me, that he was... You can tell that he was kind of selling her on the revenge plan, right? That it's like, yeah, like, I can help you get your revenge. It's gonna be awesome, you know? Like, he probably had some kind of sales pitch for how awesome the revenge was gonna be and sold her on it. And then, you know, once she bought it, then it was a nightmare, you know? And then we talked about the title. So, let's see what folks have been saying. I want to punch Alex. We all do, pal. But we can't. Both because he's fictional and because if we did, we'd be that. Okay, so Death said, does not see the prompt in this at all. It's a nightmare, but I don't see the for sale. Okay, so after hearing my explanation of how I thought the prompt came in, does that change your view, or are you still like, yeah, I'm not buying it? Ironically. Bits are, yeah, this was dark. Alex is a true villain, and I want him to die horribly. Well done, Marks. Indeed, indeed. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. I am sad in my head place. Indeed. Mako, Lynette's buying, Alex is selling. Mm-hmm. Mostly makes me want to punch Alex in the face. Thanks for the cheer. Mostly makes me want to punch Alex in the face. 100 doggos. We just need, like, people who want to punch Alex in the face. Get in line. Get the sign-up sheet. It does kind of have the, you'll kill me? Evidently, there'll be a line. Alex does indeed have the most punchable of faces. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a Star Wars reference. Oh yeah, I didn't really talk more about that. But, yeah, knowing that it's a Star Wars reference, it's fine. It works for me. Like, even if you did have that, and if I was, like, oh yeah, like that's Lando's line. I don't think I would have been like, well that's a very like memey line that undercuts the story. And granted, I am used to you having like more memey titles even if the story is serious, so maybe that's part of it. But yeah, I don't think it would have had the problem that you fear. But I do think the one that you went with is the better choice. Let's see. I think maybe this deal keeps getting worse is fine, but pray I don't alter the deal further would have been the too memey option. Because I thought about that, but Alex doesn't really alter the deal. He just goes with to 11 with it. Very true, yeah. Again, like, it's the deal stuff that I've been watching lately. It's like, no, he sure honored his deal. Like, she just didn't read the fine print, or, like, she didn't realize what that meant exactly. Oh, alter from what Lynette expected and wanted. I mean, I feel like ultimately I do agree, like, pray, I don't know, pray I don't alter it further. I think I'd have the same reaction. I don't think that would be too me either. And, like, sure, it kind of works in the sense that Lynette might feel like the deal was altered, but, just lost my train of thought. Oh, but, like, that's Vader saying, as far as I remember, that's Vader saying, like, yeah, pray don't alter it further, because he actively altered it, and, you know, Alex wouldn't view it that way. Redrev, honestly, my only critique of the story is the last sentence. Every job for revenge we agreed upon will be yours. It feels like you're trying to shoehorn the deal aspect a bit much, in my opinion. Interesting. So we have 3 different, responses to the prompt use. We have 1, the prompt isn't there at all. 2, the prompt is totally shoehorned in. And 1, the prompt worked really well. Or 3, or whatever. Nico, Alex is both, I do that for free, and the job is my payment. Totally. Marks, that's kind of how I feel about the first Matrix and Scott Pilgrim versus the World, which are my 2 faves. What is the feeling? What I was talking about, like, How to Train Your Dragon and stuff. Yeah, super fair. No idea what your favorite movie is anymore, Mako. But I really love how the prompt is used here, so another vote for loved it. Jolie says hello by giving between me and the keyboard. Nice. Pics or it didn't happen. Kitty pics in the Discord. It's okay, you don't have to. Nice. That was a good Alex voice. He's very much that vibe. That's good to hear. I think it's fine because she's presently thinking about what she shouldn't have done. Gotcha. Blood in the water. What is that in reference to? We need that could be a prompt emote. Yes, we do. What would be a good emote for that? Yeah, like gather emotes that you think either are that vibe or are similar to that vibe, and we can try and figure out, you know, which one we could use or what to commission. I was gonna put the Jasmine part of the deal in as well, but I figured it wasn't necessary. Yeah, that is one of those things that would be a universe thing where people will be like, who's Jasmine? Like, we don't know a lot about Matt, but all we know is that she wants revenge on him, and that's all we need to know. But yeah, if you put Jasmine in there, then it would be like, who's that? But yes, that is more of like, yes, he actually cares about this person. And I don't know. I don't know how Matt reacts when he figures out what happened. I still feel like, at this point in the story, that, I see you can make a religion out of this. Yeah, I mean, does that work as an emote, though? I don't know that works as an emote. But you guys can say if you're like, no, that's perfect. But anyways, yeah, so I still feel like at this point in the story, he would care a lot more if his familiars were hurt, not least of all because he's literally in their heads. But he does care, I'm sure, that Jasmine was hurt. I feel like it's like Daisy cares the least, but still cares. Jasmine cares, and then Familiars cares a lot, you know? In truth, and this is before he knows how powerful Matt really is, like the can't die stuff. Oh, interesting. So what I said was already true even before he knows that he is that powerful. Aw, I'm sorry you have to ice your ankle. Alright, so I wanted to go for something not alive, like Alex barely sees her as a living being. Like the garbage line? Interesting. Like, I can see how, like, Vermin and stuff would read more like, this is alive, and garbage doesn't. Yeah, but it still has that vibe of, like, I don't know exactly how to describe it, that it just doesn't quite sound like his voice to me, but I don't know, he's your character. Filth might be a little more like garbage, but I don't know if that's unsatisfying. Scum maybe might also be, but scum is used, you know, memely as well, so I don't know if that would work. I feel like the less syllables, the harder the insult hits. You know, that's a good point too. She wanted a nightmare for Matt, but he was running a BOGO deal. Amazing. It is good to know where the line is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with that, but I don't know if that getting into an argument about it would be helpful here. What's even funnier is Alex is eventually killed by a punch through the face. Hell yeah. Satisfying. Mako, can I share the quote that I wrote down for the Once Upon a Time episode that we watched the other night? I feel like it's relevant and funny. I like this, but it says Tikabap. the heart emote. That could be a prompt. Yeah, I guess you could combine that with masses. That you could have a little creature holding up the thing that's like, you could make a religion out of this, but it says prompt. I always like insect. Like, you don't care about the insects you step on. Yes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna respond to the insect thing first. Yeah, so I thank you for reminding me, because I was actually gonna say, I was like, I feel like Alex has major an ant has no quarrel with a boot vibes to him. And so, yeah, I feel like insect would be very good, because it would be more along those vibes, you know, you not empathize with the insects, you know. And I mean, it's a different vibe than what you're going for, because insects are alive, but it does have those vibes of, like, they are tiny little things for us to step on. They're tiny, they're gross, we can step on them, you know, that kind of thing. Especially because he literally stepped on her. Well, and so, yeah, I feel like, for me at least, I feel like that actually could hold more power, because garbage is just like, you're trash, you suck, you're gross, like, but gross in a different way, you know. Gross is just like, oh yeah, like, you're nothing, you're the trash, you're to be thrown away, versus like, you're an insect, like, you're actively creepy and gross, and like, I would like to step on you, you know. I agree with insects, actually. Nice. That's the tricky thing. Garbage is all I could think of for that reason, but I agree that it's not his voice. Fair. But because Mako said yes, I will share, the quote. Let's see. How quickly can I find it? Okay, good. Found it fast. So, I'll try not to, like, over-explain or anything, but, one character really sucks all the way throughout season 1, and they're actively sucking, but nobody knows just how much they suck because nobody remembers who they are or who she is. And then in the first episode of season 2, everybody remembers who they are. So they know exactly what she did and exactly how much she sucks. And so multiple times during episode 1 of season 2, people have the opportunity to punch her and then they don't. Like either they're stopped or like they go for something else or they just choose not to and choose to talk instead. And so the quote from Mako is, "This episode would have been improved 300% with more fists meeting faces. Non-specific fists meeting a specific face." I feel like that is exactly Alex's vibe. Anytime, I guess it's just like anytime Alex is on screen, his time on screen would be 300% more palatable with more fists meeting faces. Non-specific fists meeting a specific face. Oh, I just clicked on it. I didn't even see the no don't part of Massa's thing. Let's see. Oh gosh. Yeah, remind me at the end of the stream. There's a little website that you can go to like find, you can type in a word and it'll give you like all the idioms to do with that word. And so I will look that up at the end as long as I remember. Massa, I'm not sure that the story was too much, but yeah, that part where Daisy thanks Alex after he grinds his foot into her head was pretty powerful. So I can understand where you almost felt like it was too much. It gave me pause. Fair. Interesting. I don't know if I should talk about the Fox stuff because it's like only tangentially related, so like hopefully I can scroll back up to that when we reach the end of the stream. Well, I asked people if they thought it relied on if it needed too much knowledge of Marx's larger lore, and nobody has said it did. And I will tell you, I've said before that I read the stories to my dad in no small part because he doesn't really remember, like, the larger universes very well, and so it makes it very helpful because I am basically reading every story to a newcomer. Every week, he is still a newcomer, even if he's read other weeks, because he doesn't remember them super well. And so I read this story to him, and I specifically read it saying, like, I would like to know if there were problems with the universe. And he's very harsh on universe stuff. Like, he would much prefer if people, like, always wrote one-offs because he doesn't like feeling, like, confused about the universe and stuff. So, like, if there's any smidgen of something wrong regarding the universe, he will tell you. And he told me he was not confused. He told me that he did not have any problems regarding the larger universe. His reaction was basically, I'm not confused, I'm just disgusted, you know? So, yeah, like, I would not agree that it requires too much knowledge. And I also agree with Mako that, like, whether or not a story stands alone doesn't really have to do with, whether or not the prompt worked. And if you didn't see it, I explained to Reincarnator why we did not feel like their story met the prompt. And I have just explained why I feel like Marx's story did fulfill the prompt. So, you know, I don't know if that's helpful or not. But anywho, so yes. I don't know if I can call it a good story because it made me feel sad inside, but it sure was a really well-written story. So I think you did a great job with this. Alrighty, Roo. Let us go on to Palmathemus. I hope Palmathemus is still there. Here. There or here? Is the chat a there away from me? Or is the chat a here, all with me together? I don't know. Alright. The Purple Alchemist's Shop of Nightmares. The Red Vulture Alchemist by Palmathemus. 321 words. Want to curse someone in their sleep? Get your flask of nightmares here. Murphia knew most undermarket customers weren't interested in buying bottled nightmares. Yet she tried anything to interest at least one customer. She peered at her full shelf of slimy nightmares swirling in their flasks, all organized by age and severity of the nightmare. She turned to notice the familiar cloaks of alchemists approaching her. One was cloaked in pink and wearing a phoenix mask. The other was white and hid behind a raven mask and a white fedora. Mrs. Lemonbun? Headmaster Eziel? What a surprise to see you two here. How can I help? Mrs. Lemonbun shook the seller's hand. It is good to see you, Murphia. Her voice sounded old and kind. I'm here to pick up one of your nightmares. I'm hoping to use it for class next week to teach students the art of dream collecting. Perhaps a child's nightmare will do? No, you don't want nightmares from children. Their imaginations are pure chaos. You'd want a nightmare like this one. She hands Lemonbun a flask labeled Anxiety Dream, a student late to class. Why, that's perfect! And relatable for these children to understand. Right? I'm thinking that'll cost either 4 feathers of any color or 50 gold. Perfect. Let me see. I got 4 yellow feathers right here. Mrs. Lemonbun handed the feathers to Murphy. So, is your business thriving? Nah. Here and there I get some interested customers, but my money mostly comes in through extracting nightmares, which is also a rarity. Headmaster Eziel coughed. Mrs. Lemonbun, I know talking is fun, but we don't have the luxury to loiter. Oh, come on, Headmaster, have some fun. You're sounding older than me. Lemonbun turned to Murphia. But he's right. We have other errands to attend to. Murphia nodded, nestling the feathers in her cloak pocket. Wish you well with handling the nightmare. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
Sorry about the kitty sneezes in the midst of it. It's usually Bo who's the sneezy, but I think that was Bella that time. Was it Belle? Bobo? Was it her or was it you? What do you think, Kitty Boo? You're adorable.
All right. If you had any questions following this, I don't believe you had a note, but if you did have a note or if you have questions now, don't hesitate to ask them. I thought this story was very fun as well. I liked it a lot. I like the image at the beginning here, especially the part about like they're organized by age and severity of the nightmare, that you have like children's nightmares up to the nightmares of the elderly and like how severe it is. I think that's a great image for a shop like this, that it's not just generic nightmares, but she knows what they're about and stuff like that. So yeah, I like the hell out. So as for the image of their like clothes and stuff, very striking image. I do like the image that you have here. It makes me think of let's see if I can easily get a picture of him. I guess I could grab the book. Yeah, I don't know. The book might be better, but there you go. Reminds me of that. This is the headmaster from Twisted Wonderland. And so it would just be like a white fedora instead of a black top hat, and like everything white instead of black, and then there's the raven mask. But like he's also a headmaster, so of course like headmaster hat, raven mask. Of course, made me think of him. So I like the imagery. I think it's very, very striking. But also a couple little questions about it. One, I don't really know exactly what the purpose of the masks would be when they're very recognizable. Now, granted, especially using this image, this headmaster wears a mask all the time too, and you know exactly who he is. And so maybe it's a similar sort of thing where it's just like, yeah, it's part of the look, or, you know, they have like scars on their face, or for some reason they don't want their face to be known, but, you know, they themselves want to be recognized with the mask. But I think part of what causes the question is that they're both doing it. You know, in the game, it is just this guy. But in this case, because it's both of them, it's like, like what's the purpose of that? Why is everybody doing it? This sort of thing. Is this a thing with Alchemist? Is Murphia also wearing a mask, you know? Hi, kitty.
Can you pay the tax? Can you pay the toll? Can you show yourself to the people first before I let you out? Baby boy. So soft and fluffy. No, there's a sneeze. There is a sneeze.
But the other, like, kind of a small thing, but one was cloaked in pink and wearing a phoenix mask. The other was white and hid behind a raven mask and white fedora. The other was white, you say. Like, you're not saying his cloak was white. You're not saying he was wearing white. You're saying he was white. So I think you meant, like, he was wearing white. But that phrasing is a little awkward there. I don't trust this man. I don't think you should. It's been a while since I read the manga or, played the game, but he's kind of cool. He has a very interesting, like, tone to him where, like, I don't know. He's one of those characters where, like, he's helping you out, and he doesn't seem like nothing he's doing is explicitly evil or unhelpful, but it's like, you seem like some kind of mastermind. Like, you seem like so you have some sort of plan cooked up, but I can't see it in your actions so far. You know, that kind of thing. But anyways, I'm very curious why her name is Lemon Bun. It's very cute, and it immediately, like, you know, conjures the image of, like, aw, sweet old lady who makes lemon buns. But super curious how that came to be a surname in this world. Also, not a huge deal, but this is kind of interesting in terms of writing in general. The amount of punctuation on these two lines, I didn't really read it how it ends up reading, but, I think I read it as like, Mrs. Lemonbun? Headmaster Ezio? What a surprise to see you two here. How can I help? But with that amount of punctuation, it reads as, one was cloaked in pink and wearing a phoenix mask. The other was white and hid behind a raven mask and a white fedora. Mrs. Lemonbun? Headmaster Ezio? What a surprise to see you two here. How can I help? You know, it reads as like, what? And very loudly shouted. I don't know if you meant it that way. So I think I would take off the third one to have it just be how I read it. Would it be that? Yeah, it's that. Okay. I love that you specified how her voice sounds. And I realized that would probably be, first of all, just like worthy advice in general, and second of all, maybe a worthy challenge. Which is whenever somebody describes, like, this character has this accent or this character has this kind of voice. Now, granted, sometimes I need to look up accents, and I don't always properly do that. But especially with something like this where it's just the quality of the voice. And I guess it's true of the other story with, like, Purd. that's super helpful for me in figuring out how to voice the characters and differentiate between the voices. Because if you hadn't said that, I would be like, okay, so I'm back to the classic dilemma of girl voice and other girl voice. And so, yeah, like, that is totally, totally a thing I appreciate if you have the words to spare to say, you know, how a character should be voiced. Which I guess I will write down as a challenge. I really like the premise of she's going to teach the class dream collecting, and so she's going to use a nightmare to teach them. Especially after Dalene's story and thinking of all the nefarious things that people might use for nightmares, then reading this story and be like, oh, well, there are non-nefarious reasons one might want a nightmare. And so I think that is very cool. And it has... oh, goodness. It has very Wicked vibes to me. It's very similar in tone to me of like how Shiz works the school. I could totally imagine this being Madame Morrible and I forget who the headmaster is. Or if we even see them. But, you know, I could totally imagine it being, like, the teachers from the school in Wicked and stuff like that. So I think that's I like that tone. I think that's cool. I really like the, like, you know, you don't want a child's nightmare. Their imaginations are crazy. That they would be so chaotic and scary. And I totally, I feel like that's very realistic. I think that's very true. Where it's like, yeah, I could totally see the kids' nightmares. Like, it's interesting because kids have more imagination, but like less realistic things to be scared about. And then adults have more realistic things to be scared about, but it's less imaginative. And so it's like, what's scary? The thing you can relate to and actually be scared of, or the thing that's like really wild, chaotic, imaginative, and scary. You know, they both have their pros and cons. I'm also curious how Murphia knows these two. I'm assuming she like went to school with them, but I don't know. And it's not necessary to know how they know each other, but if you had the words, I don't know if you did. Okay, well, if this is not a character thing, you did have the words. Then like a little something of like, yeah, she used to go to school, you know, she, you know, it could even be something as simple as like, Mrs. Levenbun, Headmaster Eziel, she exclaimed, seeing her old teachers, you know, something like that. I think could work quite well. I don't know how I feel about, like, and relatable for these children to understand. First of all, like, I can't tell if the people she's teaching, if they're children or teenagers. If they are teenagers, it feels belittling to call them children. And I guess that's kind of my fear with the whole line, that it's like, yes, these children can relate to being late to class. And, like, I don't know, it feels belittling of their plight, where it's like, no, like, this is actually something that, you know, freaks them out. And so, I don't know, how would I describe that? I guess it would be kind of like, I don't know, your kid is scared of wetting the bed. And so then you're like, I need to teach him how to control his dreams so he doesn't wet the bed. Okay, so maybe it's too related. Let's do something less related. Let's just say, like, he's scared of spiders. Like, my kid is scared of spiders, and it makes him wet the bed. And I want him to control his dreams, so he stops wetting the bed. So, like, let's pick a nightmare to induce to help him figure out how to control it. Let's pick a nightmare about spiders, because he'll relate to it and understand it. It's like, That's very insensitive. Like, if you're picking it, pick something like that's not gonna actually scare him nearly as bad. And so, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it. I am very much wondering why 4 feathers of any color would equal 50 gold. Like, those things do not seem comparable in price to me. And so, like, in one sense, you're telling me that it's comparable in price, so it's fine. So it works. On the other hand, I feel like either just having it be 50 gold so that, like, the reader doesn't have that question might be better, or sparing a sentence to tell us why, feathers are so valuable. Like, again, like, even something as simple as, like, feathers were rare in their world, or, like, they hadn't seen the birds in 3 years. I don't know. Granted, that last one would provide new questions. But, a little something that, that conveys why feathers are so valuable could be good there, because I'm definitely scratching my head by the end, like, why the heck would 4 feathers be worth it? And especially because you very much need money. Why are you accepting feathers? But anyways. And then I guess that is the next thing I was going to talk about, which is, I did really like the line here of, my money mostly comes through extracting nightmares. That makes a lot of sense, because it's like, okay, yeah, like, maybe people don't want nightmares too much, but I could totally see people paying a pretty penny for you to extract their nightmares, so I'm with you there. And so then you very much undermine it by saying, which is also a rarity, and so it seems very strange to be like, yeah, my money mostly comes from extracting nightmares. But I don't get any money from extracting nightmares because it rarely happens, And so I'm like, so you don't mostly get your money from extracting nightmares, because that also doesn't happen. And at the end of the day, you just don't get any money. So why are you in this business? And like, this is what I always say of, the reader should be asking the right questions. The reader should be asking questions that you are going to answer. And so I feel like adding in, which is also a rarity, just makes me ask questions that I shouldn't be asking. I shouldn't be asking, why are you in this business? why are you doing this? What do you mean your money mostly comes from it, but it doesn't come from it? And so yeah, I think just saying, my money mostly comes from extracting nightmares would probably be better. If you desperately wanted to keep it, I do think that at least putting an ellipses there, so like you add, I don't know, a little bit of a comedic timing in there of like, but my money mostly comes in through extracting nightmares. Which is also a rarity. Like a pause for a second was like, which, that also doesn't happen much. As it is, it's just kind of said flat. It's just like, my money mostly comes through extracting nightmares, which is also a rarity. It's all just like one thing, and it's like, wait, excuse me, what? Your second sentence contradicts your first sentence, Whereas if it's if you at least have an ellipses there, if not like a little action tag of like she looked around or her brow furrowed or something, that would help it be like, oh yeah, she knows that these statements contradict. That's kind of the point, And then the ending is fun. I don't have too many complaints about the ending. I think it works pretty well. I think this story is interesting because in some ways it feels like it's more about like the world building than about the nightmares themselves. However, the world building also doesn't get in the way. It's not a problem in any way. I could still totally understand the story and everything that's going on. So I think it works pretty well that this is a universe story that also stands alone outside the universe. So I think you did a good job with that. And I see the ad is on the horizon, so I will look at what everybody's been saying after the ad. I guess I'll start showing you. But yeah, so if you didn't get a good look at it before, this is the How to Train Your Dragon piece. Hate the fact that the reflection messes things up. I love it. So I have like a whole How to Train Your Dragon wall. And so it's funny because I like just got 2 new How to Train Your Dragon pieces, and then I was like, but now there's a spot next to them that is begging to be filled, and I think this is gonna fit right in that spot, so I'm very happy about that. And then from the same artist, we also have this. We have Rapunzel and Eugene from Tangled. So similarly, I also just got I was gonna say some, but I think it was only one, and it was from the same person who I got one of the How to Train Your Dragon pieces from. But I got a Varian picture that I put on my wall next to. I was part of a Tangled the Series zine, and you got some art, for if you bought a certain package of the zine, which I got, and so those have been on my wall for a while. And then I got a new Varian piece, and then again I was like, there's a space next to Varian that's begging to be filled, and so I got this to fill that space. And it's also, I mean, I keep saying it's interesting, but it's really up to you guys if it's interesting. The same artist who I got the Varian piece and the How to Train Your Dragon piece from did have a Eugene and Rapunzel piece too, but for some reason it wasn't wowing me. For some reason I wasn't like sure about it. And this is pretty similar to it, but like, I don't know, this one this one wows me. I like the style of this one. And that's not to say I dislike the other person's style. Of course I like their style. I bought their stuff, but I don't know. I like this one for Rapunzel and Eugene one more. And then we have this one. So this is Victor from Arcane Season 2. This is one of those pictures that I think might run the risk of have you seen like I feel like it was probably like a Tumblr post or something where somebody slowly was replacing like their mom or their grandma's pictures of Jesus with Obi-Wan Kenobi, and she didn't notice. I feel like this one runs the risk of like, wow, what a great Jesus picture you have, and it's like, it's not Jesus. It's Victor. But yeah, I thought the shop was really cool. Like these are, well, How to Train Your Dragon and Tangled are 2 of my top favorite fandoms. And I really like Arcane. I don't know if I can say it's one of my top favorite fandoms, but it now has a very special place in my heart because it's the first series that I've done reaction videos to. And I do like the show a lot, and Victor's my favorite character, and so I saw this shop and immediately, like, I just really like this like colored pencil style. I don't know what it is about it. It's just like, I vibe with it. I like it a lot, and it has 3 very, I mean Tangled and How to Train Your Dragon aren't very different, but Victor is pretty different in that list. 3 different, I don't know, characters and stuff that I love. And actually, come to think of it, the same thing was true of Victor, because I also have some Arcane art on my wall, and I also was like, I could use another Arcane picture in that, in that list, I don't know, on that wall, in that section. And one of the other Arcane pictures I do have is also of Victor, but it is the, like, starry, short white hair version of him. It's very pretty, and I love the quote that is on the picture, but it's not my favorite look for him. This is my favorite look for him. So I'm excited to have one that I love, like the quote and the style of it, next to one that is actually my favorite look. So yes, I hope you liked those. I really need to hang up my Jinx picture. Hey, if you haven't hung it up yet, you want to show it to us? You want to put a picture of the picture in the chat? Did I ever show you guys the arcane pieces that I have? Because I had them, you know, on my table for a while, and I feel like that was prime ad material to show you guys, but maybe I never did. My favorite is, unsurprisingly, the arcane one. Fair enough. Alright. Let's see what folks have been saying. I don't have any questions, Helmatheva says. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung and Ghoulish Misfit. Very much appreciated. It looks like our second encore is unlocked because of the 500 gift sub, so congratulations, everyone. Maybe it is a mirror mask kind of situation. Without a mask, how do you know if you are happy or angry, or if it's time for dessert? It's always time for dessert. Nice. I don't really, I've never seen Mirror Mask or whatever, seen or read it, so I don't really know quite exactly what that means. Such a scandalous statement, but it's the truth. The truth can be scandalous, in fact it usually is. Pal, I think in this universe wearing a mask is considered an honorary fashion because it shows you've gone through all the years of alchemy school. Gotcha, that makes sense. That makes me think of Elden Ring. In Elden Ring they wear the masks to, because you know, they have glintstones on them, and so it helps enhance their magic. But, yeah, so that makes sense. That it's like, it's not so that they don't recognize you, it's so that they recognize you and recognize how cool you are. Alright, now I'm wondering if children's nightmares would be harder to capture considering the pure chaos comment. You know, not very easy to contain pure chaos. Very fair. I like the story. It felt cute in a way. I was only confused about the feathers as payment part. Yep, I would agree with that. Valathemus, because alchemist brew mess are necessary. You never know when you could be in a dangerous situation. Gotcha. Wouldn't children's nightmares also be more simple, since children don't have many memories with which to create nightmares? I interpret pure chaos as nonsensical, but maybe you're right. Yeah, I mean, it's your story, so it's up to you, but pure chaos, like, sure, it might be less complicated than, like, the fears that adults are dealing with, but it does sound pure chaos, harder to contain than, like, oh no, I'm afraid of, you know, my family dying or something like that. To me, that sounds simpler to contain, but that's just me. The feathers as payment got me the impression of Fey market vibes. Fair. Valathemus, the feathers as payment is like an alchemist cultural pay. I'm thinking of also making feathers have an important role in brewing potions and ingredients. So feathers are useful for alchemists, not so much for the regular crowd. Gotcha. So, like, the use that you would get out of feathers would be equal to, like, you buying something for 50 gold. But I guess, like, I was gonna say that answers the question, but I actually don't think it does, because the point is value. And so, like, yes, okay, they're valuable to alchemists because they're helpful in their inventions, or in their, like, brews and stuff. But can't you just go outside and get some? Like, can't you get some yourself? And if the regular crowd doesn't find much value in them, wouldn't that mean that they're not that expensive? That you could pretty easily get them because only alchemists care about them? And so, yeah, like, it's a value thing where, okay, it might be valuable to the potion equal to $50, but if you can walk outside and find 4 feathers, you just got gypped out of $50, you know? I feel like you shouldn't be asking for that. Ragnar, sometimes a more simple thing is more complex to deal with, like trying to grab a spear rather than an object that has holds and things protruding from it that would help in getting a grab. Interesting comparison. Mako felt more like video game currency. You can pay with gold or X amount of feathers of Y colors. Sounds like children would be more likely to dream of Cthulhu-type creatures, potentially. Cthulhu sounds like what children would name their imaginary friend. Maybe. Pal, in my mind, the reason why alchemists recognize each other is through the fact that not many graduate to full-time alchemy. I also consider the age where alchemy and science is slowly coming together, like the early stages of science. So, is that a more complicated version of you were right? Is that, like, yes, they went to school together, or they were Murphy's teachers, and they recognize each other because the school's not that big. There's not that many students. That actually sounds kind of cool, Tajadeline says. Indeed. My kid is scared of spiders. As well they should be. Depends on the spiders. Mm-hmm. In Australia, it's rational to be scared of spiders. I feel like it's rational to be scared of spiders anywhere, but it's especially rational in Australia. To be fair, in Australia, it's entirely rational to be scared. You know what? That's also fair. Just have general fear about everything. The not scare spiders are the ones that plot against our backs. I know. I joined them. Oh gosh. I'd offer a counterpoint. I think the two very different payment methods are and perceived value makes me intrigued about the transaction and the universe. Interesting. So, different perspective there. Broke alchemist verse. Pal, yeah, that's fair. I was thinking that despite extracting nightmares makes her more money, but it's still rare because alchemy is still considered like black magic to close-minded individuals. It's only when the nightmares are a consistent problem that they ask for a dream collector alchemist to take care of the situation. Gotcha. So are you saying, like, she gets a lot of money from one nightmare? So, like, yeah, it's a rarity, but she still makes money because she makes a lot of money off of those rare occurrences? Is that what's going on there? Now that does make sense. There's just the question of how to maybe incorporate that idea into the story so it doesn't get confusing for readers. Yep, that is always the question. And that's kind of what I'm saying, that, like, and I don't know if you're referring to what I was just talking about or something else above, but if we use this one, like, yeah, like, then that makes sense if she gets a lot of money from one nightmare, and that's why she makes her money that way. But that's not here, and, you know, it doesn't need to be here, because if you just take out which is also a rarity, then, like, no confusion. No questions, Your Honor. Pippi says hello by demanding my undivided attention. I gave her headbutts. Nice. I was wondering if the feathers were an ingredient thing. Mm-hmm. From Ghibli Studios, my neighbor Cthulhu. I dream of Cthulhu. They were roommates. That feels very Sucker for Love-esque. Now on the feathers thing, maybe ask something like a traded feather and a found feather are considered, in terms of potion ingredients, as different things, since the traded ones carry the symbolism of charge of the trade, like how Scrooge McDuck's #1 dime is only useful for Magica de Spell after Scrooge has already earned it and cherished it. That's really interesting, and, like, that would make sense. Way too complicated to put in this story. So again, kind of same answer there, where it's like, take out the feathers, I have no questions. Yeah, I should try to further world build why feathers are used as currency. I don't know, maybe I should have increased the value of feathers by making it like 8 or 12 feathers. Yeah, that could have helped. But I guess, like, that's the thing, is that, like, in our world, like, 4 feathers, you could probably walk outside and find pretty easily. 8 or 12, yeah, harder to find. You could still probably find that if you walked around enough. You know, if you spend an afternoon just looking for feathers, you'll probably find 8 or 12. And so I think that's the main reason why I have a question about it. Of, like, if I could just go get it myself off the ground, then, like, I'm not gonna have you... I'm not going to use it as money. I'm going to want the $50. It makes me think of the Game Grumps have been playing what's it called? Some name haven. That's like, why can't I think of that one either? Like shopping simulator, grocery store simulator, something simulator, but in like fantasy world. And so they, will like sell fruit and swords and stuff, and then they can just walk outside the shop and the fruit's right there. And so it's like, why are you buying the fruit when you can like literally walk outside this shop and grab the fruit off of a tree? And so it's kind of similar to that, but it's kind of a more of a problem because it's not even them buying the fruit, it's them using the fruit as currency. Because so it's basically like you're selling a sword and there's fruit outside that you can just grab. And so somebody outside grabs some fruit and then uses it to pay you. And it's like, you could have done that. You could have walked outside and done that. So why are you accepting that as currency? I think that's kind of my question there. There's the Jinx picture from Mark's. That's very cool. Raleigh is very small. Everyone lives right next door. I only sell one every couple of months, but I sell them for 10K, so it works out. Exactly. I also realized that she should have sold Nightmare for higher. Well, luckily... Oh, well, I was going to say, luckily you didn't say, how much she sold it for, but no, you did. That's what we've been discussing. We've been discussing it's 4 feathers or 50 gold. That would be a kind of a fun twist to the story if she got to the end and it was like, that will be $10,000. And Mrs. Lovenman is like, okay, that is a reasonable price for the Nightmare. Despite being masked, I know exactly who you are, and I will loudly exclaim your identities for all to hear. Yep. Alright. Very fun story. Pamathemus, very curious to read more about this universe. Let us go on to Corian's story. Selling Nightmares. Illiterate Heroes. I, Corian. 338 words. The potion glided down my throat, and in a few blinks, I was asleep. I doubted I needed the potion to induce the nightmares, but it sure as hell got me to sleep quickly. Then it began. Anxiety flooded my whole body as pieces of past fights, injuries, and fallen comrades flashed across my mind. It switched to my wife and I kissing, and she turning into wisps mixing with the air. Next, all I saw was red. My wife lying still on the floor of our house. Coin, Reese, and the newest member, all too still in the grass. It continued in strings of memories blending with my worst fears. Just as fast as the nightmares came, it quickly melted away, being pulled away from me. No more all too still bodies, no more blood, no more death, no more anxiety. In its place, happy memories and dreams of reuniting with old and new friends. Then, there she was, Fawn. We embraced in a hug. Calm and love washed over me. My eyes shot open, a hand reaching for my dagger. Nigh? A gentle voice asked. I looked at him, and I remembered where I was. Is it gone? I asked. Nightmares never truly leave us, but they have been extracted. Whatever fears have been plaguing you have been removed from your nightmares. However, it is possible for them to return, and, if they do, you can always take this. He handed me a potion with a label on it that I couldn't read, and a pouch. I took both. One gurgled and the other jingled. The pouch was hefty. I can't take this. Surely you can. Like I said earlier, everyone is compensated for us extracting their nightmares. You deserve it, Nye. It seemed I wouldn't be able to dissuade him. I nodded and thanked him for everything he had done for me. I do hope our services ease your mind, and that you have pleasant dreams. I nodded again and left, desperately needing fresh air. throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Realize I missed a couple things. Alrighty, Rue. I don't believe you had any notes, Corian, but if you have any questions, then don't hesitate to ask them. Alrighty, Rue. A very interesting addition to the Illiterate Heroes universe. Let us just get started. I do like your verbiage there in the potion glided down my throat. It definitely conjures this image of ease, like easing you into sleep and stuff. It's kind of interesting because I think I get what you're going for with this line here of if I always have nightmares, and so just falling asleep, I would probably have nightmares regardless, but the potion got me to sleep quicker than I would usually go to sleep. And I do like that idea, but I feel like especially the phrasing is a little bit clunky, and so I think it just kind of adds stuff that doesn't quite need to be there. Like, I think just going straight from the potion glided down my throat, and in a few blinks I was asleep. Then it began. Like, I think that would remove some clunk and potential confusion. Potentially different phrasing, like, I didn't need the potion to induce nightmares, but I did love how fast it put me to sleep, or something like that might also be a little bit less clunky. But we don't really need to know about about this specificity. I think the words could be used elsewhere. I think the nightmare works very well as kind of this jumbled, discordant mix of memories and fears and stuff like that. I think it works very well to describe a nightmare, and especially if it's like a nightmare speed run where it's like bringing up all the fears and stuff that come up in the nightmares. So I think that works very well. I'm very curious about the wife thing, because I got the impression that our main character for Illiterate Heroes was pretty young, because I think I recall in other stories him saying that he ran away from his parents, that that he's very embarrassed, that he ran away from home, and I think you didn't just say ran away from home, but ran away from parents, I'm pretty sure. And so I definitely got the impression that he is any kind of teen, like anywhere from, 13 to 18, or maybe early 20s. And granted, sure, especially in medieval times, people did get married in their teens and stuff, but it definitely read to me like, yeah, he went straight from living with parents to running away with the band. And, there was that story where it was the first time that he killed someone, and he was very freaked out about that. And so it definitely seemed like this is someone who is not wise to the ways of the world. This is a very young, naive person who is just joining the adventuring party and learning about what it is to be an adventurer. And so I was very much thrown for a loop to hear that not only has he been married, the wife died, and they had a house together. And so I am wondering what that's all about. And I don't know if it's supposed to be like my potential future wife, but that was definitely not clear. Like, when you say switch to my wife, I assume that you had a wife, at some point. I do like turning into wisps mixing with the air. I think that's a very pretty image. A little bit, kind of a nitpicky thing, but I do think no more bodies, no more blood, no more death, no more anxiety would flow a bit better. I think adding the adjective there breaks up the flow a little bit, especially when the adjective is 3 words. And this reminds me, I think I was going to talk about this in a different stream and I forgot, but as far as I know, the deal with these kinds of dashes, and like, this isn't the only reason that you would use them, I don't think, but this is one reason to use them, is if a bunch of words are acting as one word. And so in this case, 3 words are acting as one adjective. And so that's why they have the dashes between them. That's why I put them there. Because it's not like... yeah, I don't know how to describe it exactly. Like, you're not describing the bodies in a full sentence as being all too still. All too still is a modifier for the bodies, you know? But I do like the no more bodies, no more blood, no more death, no more anxiety. I think that's great and works well. I'm curious about Fawn. I'm curious if Fawn is the wife. I'm curious if that's meant to say that the wife is not dead. He's just afraid of the wife. I don't know if it's meant to mean she's not his wife, but he would like her to be his wife. I don't know. I have questions. I have curiosity. And granted, like, I'm saying I have all these questions, but that's really not, like, a big deal in terms of the story itself, because treating this as a one-off, nobody's gonna have the question of, like, he seemed very, like, young and naive before. How did he have a wife? So, like, it's fine that he had a wife. That's not really a problem with the story. And, like, it being a little bit confusing kind of works, because that's how nightmares are. And so, like, I don't need to know who Fawn is and who the wife is and if any of them are real and if they're the same person. Like, I have these questions, but they're not necessary to answer, because all that is necessary is that it's a spooky nightmare. I like that when Nye wakes up that he immediately, like, reaches for the dagger. Like, good reflexes there. So it's interesting, because I think I recall in like the last story of yours that I read, or the last Illiterate Heroes story, that I had this critique of like needing more dialogue tags, as I was like, I don't know who's who and who's talking, I don't know what their names are. And so I think I was thinking that Nye was like a third character, and not knowing that Nye is the main character, which I yeah, like that is why I myself started doing, like, universe title and then the character, because most of my stories are in first person. And so, granted, if you know the character, then you are going to be able to guess, you know, who it is, probably. And if I say the name in the story, you're going to know who it is. But I think it's helpful to say in the title, hey, this is your character, this is, you know, this is who it's about. Especially if you know the character. And so I think that's very helpful that we have been given the information. When you hear the name Nye, it is the I. It is the main character. However, I do have a critique that is similar in the sense that, who is him? The other character has not been described or introduced in any way. And so it's very strange to say, I looked at him, and we're like, who? Who is him? And so, as always, I would very much recommend saying the relationship. So saying, you know, I looked at the dream extractor, you know, or whatever the job title would be, whatever it would be called, would be helpful. Because, like, you know, because I do critique using names, because, yeah, if you said, I looked at Seth and I remembered where I was, then it'd be like, okay, who's Seth? That might, in this case, that might be better than him, but it still would be like, who's Seth? And so that's why I say, just say, like, what he is to Nye, and, like, no questions. I do really like this idea here of nightmares never truly leave us, that even in a magical world where you can literally extract nightmares from somebody's brain, they never truly leave us. So it's like, hey, I've done what help that I could do, but they can definitely come back. And I think that's very relatable to how things are in our world, that you can go to therapy and you can get help for whatever you're dealing with, you know, but what, I totally lost my train of thought. You can, like, get like coping strategies and stuff like that will help you. But why do I keep zoning out? But like the problems will still occur, and you might still slip up, and you might not at first know how to use the coping strategies well, or you might use the coping strategies well this time, and then next time you forget or something like that. And so like healing is a process, and so I really like that you went for that idea, that it's not just, oh yeah, nightmare's gone, magic fixes everything, but you used magic to go for something more relatable, like, hey, I used magic to help, but like this is gonna be a process, and so they might come back. I think that's very cool. I like the little, he handed me a potion with a label that I couldn't read. That's a neat little detail. And I like the description of one gurgled and the other jingled, like using a sensory description like that. I think it's very evocative, and I like it a lot. So I think that my biggest critique for the piece has to do with like with the selling of nightmares, because the thing is, this story very much reads, like I was just saying, kind of like therapy. It kind of reads like magical therapy. Like, this is a treatment for nightmares. I'm really struggling with these nightmares and these fears. And so I need to go to the magical therapist, the magical nightmare extractor, to get them out. And so, if anything, I feel like Nye should be paying them, because this is a very helpful service. And so it seems very strange to me that the story is titled Selling Nightmares when Nye is like, I can't take this, when he actively does not want to sell the nightmare, doesn't want to accept payment for it. And then it's also strange to me to have the phrasing of, everyone is compensated for us extracting their nightmares. I feel like compensated, and I can try and look up the exact definition, but I hear compensated used as like, oh no, you lost your luggage, we'll compensate you for that. You know, we'll compensate you for your loss and give you some money or something like that. I mean, I don't think airlines actually do that, but it's that sort of thing where something went wrong, something bad happened, oh no, let us compensate you. You know, that's on us, we'll give you compensation. And that's not what happened here. Nothing bad happened that he needs to be compensated for. In fact, what he wanted to happen happened. Like, this is the service. The nightmares being gone is the compensation. And so I don't know why he deserves money on top of that. And so I think like even something so simple as just like, no, we appreciate your nightmares, we must pay you. Like making it clear this is not just a treatment for nightmares, but this is actively like the nightmare extractor wants the nightmare for some reason. Just something as simple as that I think would help overall with overall prompt use, and this specific line be like, oh yeah, okay, so like yeah, the therapy was an added bonus in that they wanted the nightmare to have the nightmare, and the fact that it helped out Nye was just nice, you know, it was just an added bonus. And then kind of in a similar vein, I don't really know why the story ends with Nye desperately needing fresh air, because if anything, I feel like he should be breathing easier now. That it should be like, oh, thank God, the memories, or not the memories, the nightmares are gone, you know? And so, like, sure, having a nightmare is scary, and so it might be something as simple as, like, yeah, I had a nightmare, I need to, like, recover from that nightmare. But at the end of the day, yeah, you got the therapy. you got the good thing. The nightmares are gone now, and so you can be relieved. You can let go of the stress. You're not gonna, I mean, they can come back, but for now, you're probably not gonna have those terrible nightmares again. And so this doesn't seem like a situation of like, oh no, this was terrible, I'm so overwhelmed, I need fresh air. Rather, it seems like, you know, that that kind of thing. I also remembered that I was gonna say, I think this is just like a minor oversight, but there's kind of an element here of whatever fears have been plaguing you have been removed from your nightmares. So the nightmare wasn't what was removed, the fear was. Especially when he's saying the nightmares can come back. And so it's like, yeah, the nightmares aren't what's gone, the fear is. And so I think that kind of undermines your prompt use as well. And so, I guess I would recommend just, taking that out and just saying, yeah, nightmares never truly leave us, but these ones have been extracted. It's possible for them to return. I think that would work just fine. But I do very much like the scene of the nightmares being extracted and the scrambled nightmares in his brain and stuff like that. I do think that the vibes are great, and I'm very interested to hear more about these fears of knives and this wife that he potentially had and stuff. So let's see what folks have been saying. Delene's getting hella tired, but it was great to have you. Yes, at least you could be here for your story, and it was great to have you, even just for a while. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Magistrate. I enjoyed the story a lot, says Arachnar. Don't have any specific questions, says Corian. Corian, yes, running away from home. I still don't have a name for the main character who ran away from home. I'm still trying to figure it out myself. Nai is a bit older and is married and searching for her again. Haven't gotten all the details yet. Oh. Okay. So the other story where the name Nai came up, it was a different character. It wasn't the one character. Okay, I thought all of Illiterate Heroes only had one first-person protagonist. I did not realize that the other heroes could be have first-person stories written about them. And I think that, it's funny because it's called Illiterate Heroes, which does imply there is more than one illiterate hero. And granted, that first story, where the character couldn't read it, he's supposed to be the reader, and so that was kind of the point, is nobody else can read it, and he was supposed to be the reader, and he can't read it. But when I got to, the potion that he couldn't read, I definitely thought that was meant to be our clue, that it's the same character that we've always been reading about. I think especially because, granted, it is fair in a practical sense that it's I wish I could read this, I'd like to know what that potion is. But it did kind of read to me as, this plagues him, that it's I hate the fact that I can't read it. Once again, a reminder that I can't read. Which is the other character, that most of the stories have been about. So, I don't know if that is an issue with the story, or if that is an issue with me and my reading, but yeah, I definitely thought this was the same character as what I believe all the other stories have been written about. I believe all the other stories have been written about, but now I'm questioning that too. So I guess the point is that if it's Illiterate Heroes and then no name, then that's the same character we've been reading about. But if it's Illiterate Heroes plus a name, then it's a different character from that character. The titular illiterate hero. Farah overlooked that part, the other person helping Nai. Ragnar, well, therapy does leave people overwhelmed a lot of the time. But yeah, this does not seem to be the case here. Yeah, I totally relate to therapy leaving you feeling overwhelmed, and that is understandable as a time that you might need fresh air. And maybe I'm being too hard on Nai here. But yeah, it feels like if I don't know, because, I guess, yeah, you really can compare this to therapy, because it's in therapy, you talk about the terrible things in your mind and in your memories, and then that helps you get healing from them. And so this is that it's the terrible things in his mind are being brought up, and then this helped get rid of them. So maybe I am being too harsh on the needing fresh air, because yeah, that is kind of how it feels after therapy, is that it's that was good, but that was also a lot. That's what I was going for. They want Nai's nightmares for other reasons. Yeah, so and I definitely think that having a line in there of yeah, we appreciate your nightmares, we have to pay you for them, rather than we compensate you for the extraction. I know that, it was terrible. And I guess that's the thing, is that, like, obviously that nightmare was terrible, but yeah, it really is that, like, okay, you have to go through one, especially because at the beginning, Nye is like, yeah, I have nightmares every night. Every time I go to sleep, I have nightmares. If you already have that every night, having a particularly bad nightmare so that you never have nightmares again, or so that you don't have nightmares for at least a while, very worthy price, And so it doesn't feel like, oh, what a harrowing experience I just put you through. You have to be compensated. It's like, that is the harrowing experience I have every night, and you have gotten rid of it. So, like, I should be thanking and paying you, that kind of thing. The others are the main character. I do try to tag it with whose perspective it is. I do prefer first person perspective. Gotcha. Yeah, was there anything else I wanted to say? Oh, there is another question about the story, which is, I do wonder if it was in the perspective of the nightmare extractor or, like, his assistant or something like that. I do wonder if I would have less of the questions that I have, because I'm, asking, why do you say you're compensating them? Do they want the nightmare? How does this work? That kind of thing. And so I do wonder if, instead of, like, being there in the nightmare, even though that part is well written, if talking about the process of it, of, like, an assistant learning, like, okay, so, like, this is how we extract the nightmare. And then the dialogue is, like, the same or mostly the same with a few tweaks. Then, like, we might get to actually hear, oh, hey, this is what they do with the nightmares. This is why they want them. And, oh my gosh, look at Nye. He's, like, really twitching and doesn't seem to be doing okay. He needs to be compensated for that, I do wonder if that might have left me with less questions, but I am not entirely sure. Yes, very, very interesting addition to the Illiterate Heroes universe. So, as always, very curious to read more about these characters. Hold on just a second. I think I might try to blow my nose here. That was another 2-minute song, so I just stopped in the middle. Okay. Sorry about that. I probably should have done that during the break, but here we are. So, it's midstream question time. What would you like to do for the midstream question? I feel like I had an idea for the midstream question, and then it slipped my mind. So let me think. Corian says, I did think about writing that perspective and landed on Nye, but I do appreciate all the feedback. I am glad to hear that. What was it? Like, I'm trying to dig through my brain to try to remember what it was, but I'm like, I don't even know what exactly I was thinking about at the time. That I feel like is the discussion for the end of the stream. Yeah, I didn't know about that saying, but Wolf said it earlier, and I was like, excuse? There's an inkling of an idea. Let me try and write it out and see if it goes anywhere. Oh, wait a second. Was there that one question I had a while back? Is there still things left? No, not really. Sure. I'm not seeing any other suggestions, so I think it's good enough. When you watch other media, do you think about the writing of it or how you would have written it, or just enjoy it as a story slash entertainment? So just kind of this idea of like, can you like watch a movie or something and then think, oh, like that wasn't written very well, or are you just like, I don't care, I like the characters, I think this is fun, or is it kind of like a mix of the two, you know? I could also add a third aspect of like, kind of, do you view it as real, kind of, though I feel like that might be its own question. But there's also kind of this element of, do you like watch movies and TV shows solely for entertainment, and you're not thinking of like the deeper messages in it, versus like, I'm seeing this as real and like the deeper messages and not just entertainment. But yeah, the more I talk about it, that feels like its own question. So if you don't like the question, if you have a different question idea, speak now or forever hold your peace. I do so enjoy seeing my art on the table. I mean, it's not art that I made, but art that I bought. It is very, very beautiful. I like it, says Ghoulish. That's good. I think I'll get one more. One more I like it, and then we'll go to break. This, staring at this How to Train Your Dragon picture, it's very interesting because in some places, oh, you're not going to be able to see it. I very like it, says, it says bits are nice. The, like, look at, like, Hiccup's belt and stuff. Like, that's very clearly, oh, that's not the side. Just, like, scribbles and stuff, right? And, like, Toothless's tail is very undefined and stuff like that. But it does not mess with the overall vibes of the picture at all. It still works very well, even with, like, the messy and maybe, like, incomplete lines and stuff like that. It's really interesting. Okay, but I have to likes it, so... Mako, I like it, but feel to blame for it. Yes, you are the reason I am asking that. But don't feel blame, like, in a negative way. Like, you are the reason that I'm asking this, but don't feel like I am asking this question in, like, a negative way. I mean it in a neutral to positive way. Alright, so yes, I will put on some tunes and I will see you all after the break. Perfect timing. I got here and I put the desk down right as the song was ending.
Can I show you the kitty that I sit here with? Can you see kitty? Yeah, you can see kitty. She's very cute.
She doesn't really like sitting in the same chair with me, so she'll probably get up. But I wanted to show you her while we're here.
You're so cute. You know that? You're so adorable. We could sit together. We could. It's a thing we could do. Aw, licks. Aw, thank you for the licks. Appreciate it.
Once again, she is purring, but assuredly you cannot hear it.
Oh, sweetie. Yeah. Oh, content kitty.
You are too much.
You are. You're adorable.
And then the rest of the stream is just kitty stream.
Kitties. Kitty.
I feel like I am probably going to be an outlier in my answer to this question, and I don't know if that means that I should give my answer first before I read your answers, or if I should give my answer last. I guess I will start reading your answers, and then if I'm like, I feel like I need to say my own opinion, I'll pause and do that. Alright. CM Weller, analyzing media, it takes me a few passes to fully appreciate media. First pass, mostly absorbing it as a work of art. Absorbing it as a work of art. I'm assuming you're also observing it. Observing and absorbing it as a work of art. I take it in as it is, unless something gut punches me with the ooftonium. I love that. Ooftonium. Second pass, I catch the nuances of the piece and start asking questions. Third pass, into the weeds. I find the tropes, pick apart the themes, ask the questions you're not supposed to ask as an audience, that kind of thing. Fourth pass and beyond, I am in the fanfic zone. Ooh, that is a fantastic answer. I love that. I love that method of going through things. Now I'm like, I should adopt this. That's great. I mean, I feel like my answer is actually fairly similar to that, but it's a little less, like, intentional and structured. I guess I'll give part of my answer, which is that I do think that I'm the same as you in that, like, the first time I watch it, I'm just, like, absorbing it, and if there is something that's like, ooh, that, I don't like that, or, like, that was just, like, so bad that even I caught it, you know? Then, like, the next read, it's like, ooh, like, I can see, like, this is connected to that, and this is that. And, like, why is that happening? So I'm with you there. But I don't think I do like the third and fourth pass like that. I think I can be in fanfic zone even on second pass at least. This from the bean that played Spot the Corpse when watching Murder, She Wrote. Why is a bean playing Spot the Corpse? What are you talking about? Massa, well, have I ever thought about the writing of other media? Occasionally. If it's really bad, I will sometimes consider how I would have written it myself. And if it's really good, after a few viewings, I may marvel at how brilliant it is. Most of the time, I just end up enjoying the journey the story takes me on. Fan fiction or OC creation, that's a completely different matter. And I don't do it as often nowadays. I prefer to concentrate on my own stuff now. Wow, I was sitting here thinking that my answer would be very different, but I'm like, yeah, I'm with you as well. Well, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like, I'm with you with, like, oh, like, if it's bad, then I'll start thinking about, oh, how might I have written this better?
Yep, there she goes.
And then if it's good, I'll be like, how'd they do it? It's so good. How do I replicate this? Or sometimes, I'm never gonna be able to replicate it. It's too good.
You want out, kitty? Kitty.
Well, funnily enough, I was thinking about this last night as I was going through my backlog of anime. I just finished The Gorilla God's Go-To Girl, never heard of that, and I remarked that it was written in a similar style as their stereotypical self-insert My First Fanfic. So it's very evident I'm overthinking Dissection Andy. I don't know what that means. I have a tendency to think about the themes and the writing, and this goes for all sorts of media. It can be tiring, though, because I can rarely turn it off. Very fair. Yeah, this is more of the answer that I was expecting from most people. But yeah, that's super fair that you're like, I see the themes and patterns. Like, it's kind of like if you, I think it was a Super Carlin's Brothers video that I watched that was on the Wilhelm Scream. And, like, they talk about, you know, where it came from, why it's used in so many movies and stuff like that. And then they had, like, a line in there that was something like, once you're acclimatized to it, you can't miss it. And we have played it enough times in this video that you are now acclimatized to it. And they were 100% right, because after I watched that video, I could hear it in everything. And I didn't hear it before. And so I feel like it might be that kind of thing where it's like, I know this trope, I have seen this trope, and so when I see the trope in something else, then, like, it sticks out, and I can see it clearly as that trope, you know, that kind of thing. I'm non-binary, so I use bean as a short form of human being as opposed to boy girl. Oh, gotcha, that's really cute. That's awesome. I guess that just goes to show that even self-insert my first fanfic writing can be good enough for success. Well, I thought Wolf was saying that it wasn't good, but fair enough. Alright, ooh, lots of answers in the public chat, the Twitch chat. Arachnar, my answer might be a bit of a cop-out, but to me, analyzing the media is how I am entertained. I never really got the idea of media that does not make me think of the message / the effects produced by it, or the process of its creation, which might be what's to blame for me not really enjoying most media commercialized and shared these days. But yeah, I could really enjoy the story if I didn't also get into the position of thinking about feeling deeply about it, including its production process. That's interesting. I love the idea that it's like, my little monkey brain will not be entertained by pure story. It needs to think. It needs to have its machinations. It needs to analyze. This is not me. This is not me saying that is in any way like a problem or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. I think it's I can see that making sense. Like, I definitely relate to and empathize with having a brain that's kind of on all the time, and like this happens to me at church all the time. Like during worship, that like my brain will just start to wander because, I mean, I might have partially trained myself to do this because I listen to music while I'm writing, and so I am very familiar with listening to music even with lyrics. And also, you know, writing. And so then, like, I'm listening to music during worship time, and then my brain starts doing things. You know, so I definitely understand that feeling of, like, no, I can't just shut off my brain and enjoy it. The monkey is there. It needs to ride the tricycle. It needs to clang its cymbals. It won't just sit. But I think it's really interesting that you're talking about, like, the effects produced by it and, like, the messages and what it makes you feel, because I feel like, because, like, what the conversation between Mako and I that inspired this question was more about, like, stuff like camera cuts and, like, I don't know, things that seem like they're in the show to just because, like, oh, we can't have this happen yet, so, like, this will be our cop-out, you know, kind of thing. And so it's very interesting that you have, like, a similar view of, like, I do think about the writing of it, but it's for, like, the opposite reasons of the, like, messages and stuff like that. And I feel like I relate to you in the sense of, like, granted, I don't think that I'm necessarily always, like, looking out for the message and stuff like that, but there are times where I'm like, I don't like the message that this is portraying, when the author might not have intended that message, but I'm like, this is coming across a certain way, and, like, I can't separate it from that, even if the author could, you know, even if the author didn't realize that. And so I don't know if that's along the lines of what you mean or if it's something else, but I think that's a very interesting answer. Aerith, I do consider the writing of, for example, television shows and how they handle such great drama / conflict, but usually consider all that after watching it is done. During watching, due to poor eyesight / poor hearing, I had to focus in deeply, shut out other sounds, and immerse myself in the story. I've also drawn from video games and my own writing. For example, this week my story had mention of seeing the dreamer at strange angles, something inspired by odd visuals used in the old Silent Hill video games, where you explore side streets in an abandoned seeming town where the player's point of view is at odd angles to the ally you enter. I drew on that for creating a sense of nightmare imagery perception in the story. Ah, that's very interesting. Well, I didn't know that you had poor eyesight and hearing, and I'm very sorry to hear that. So that makes sense that it's like literally like a physical, not like like a physical need to just focus in and pay attention, and then afterwards it's like, okay, go brain, now you can work on it after we have fully absorbed it. And then I like the reference to video games stuff too, because they are their own kinds of writing. Korean, all of the above, depending on my mood and how much mental energy I'm putting into it. I decide beforehand, but I always have some sort of thinking about the writing on in the background. Like when it comes to descriptions, I can't see exactly what everything is in details. The more an author focuses on how things look, I can't see it. I also try to see what messages and themes are in the stories. That's interesting about the more an author describes it, the less you can see it. That's really curious. Like, I'm trying to think if I relate to that or not, because I feel like I don't. I feel like I'm the opposite, that's like, yeah, the more details you give, the more I can imagine it. But I'm trying to think if I've encountered something like that. Because I could see, like, it getting overwhelming, like, describing the veins on the leaf and the dew on the leaf and then the branch and then the other branches and then the trunk and the bark and then the roots. You know, you're describing this tree in such extreme detail. I can totally see it. Feel like you've described it in so much detail. I'm overwhelmed and I don't even know what I'm seeing. But I don't know that that's exactly what you're describing. And then I can also relate to, like, the thinking about the writing being on in the background, but not necessarily the forefront. Like, I didn't used to, but lately, specifically the last 4 to 6 years, if that, I have been paying a lot of attention to design and writing in my media, specifically because I want to make things like that. Writing, foreshadowing, mirror stories, B-plots, power scaling, music scoring, cinematography. I want to make things just as good, if not better, so I take note of any details I noticed and think of why they work and how I could apply that or improve on that. In short, I want to know how and why things work, and how and why things don't work. Why do I like what I like, and how do I replicate it? For example, a character goes through some development and looks better. How? Why? What changed? Their clothes? Their makeup? Are they acting differently? Was this season regarded as a miss by the audience? What went wrong? Yeah, that's I mean, this is kind of the answer that we were talking about the other day, so I don't know if I have much to add to it, but I do think that's a really good and interesting answer. And I do think in some ways, like, we all could take a page out of your book, because I think that is a, you know, in general, a good idea to think about, like, okay, this is something that I like. You know, I would like to create something similar to that, or, like, I would like to create something that others like. How do I apply the things I like about this thing to my thing? You know? So I think that's fair. And, like, I do think that's also especially a good point of, like, okay, the audience didn't like the season. I would like the audience to like all my seasons. So what went wrong? Why did they stop liking it? You know, that kind of thing. Yes, I always think about the writing of all media. Discussing it and thinking about it is an integral part of the experience. Fair enough. The gorilla thing got an animated series and will surely sell merch. That can't be counted as success. Lord help me. Fair enough. Yes, I was thinking that, like, because we don't need the backstory on every effing tree branch. ERV R. Martin versus J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah, I've heard that there's, like, a story of, can I remember, what it was. I mean, I don't know if I can look it up. I'll try and look it up first before I try and say it from memory. That is not the one I was looking for, but that's fun. Yeah, I'm not finding it. But I've heard the story and I don't know how true it is. But it was like about C.S. Lewis and J.R. Tolkien, and it was either like Tolkien being like, well, let me think. I think it was something like Tolkien wants to go for a walk, and then C.S. Lewis is like, as long as you don't talk about trees the whole time, and then he proceeds to talk about trees the whole time. It was either that or like, can I read you a story? As long as it's not another story about trees. It was another story about trees. That kind of thing. But yes, I was thinking about that with my tree analogy. Wolf said, the show is a 4 out of 10 at best. Really good world building, decent characters, but I don't care a bit for the romance because it's stupid obvious who she's going to end up with. Also, episodes 7 and 8 of the series are filler. You can skip them and miss nothing, especially episode 7. Fair enough. Corian says, one example I do have is with all the details is how they describe all the different locations of statues in Piranesi. Plus, I have internal dialogue, and when it comes to pictures, I know what it looks like, but I can't see it in my mind and see it in terms of very hazy, dreamlike pictures, because I can see dreams. Interesting. Decoy, I always think about how to adapt things into D&D sessions and whatnot. That's an interesting perspective. So my ability to create OCs in the past has no basis on how much I like the media. I created a Dragon Ball OC, despite the fact that I thought this series was, this is gonna be a hot take, kind of mid. Well, I have not seen it, so you won't get any outrage from me. Tolkien and Lewis had such a huge argument between each other. Lewis put a lamppost into his fantasy world and Tolkien turned Lewis into a Treebeard. Yes, I have heard that as well. Mm-hmm. Best writing friends. Just things writing friends do. But yeah, like, as for my own answer, like, I feel like I am more on the side of, like, I just sit down and enjoy it as a story than probably most writers. Because, things like that of, like, cuts or, like, oh, like, they just did this, to make sure that this didn't happen or whatever. I tend to not really think about those sorts of things, and I'm just, like, enjoying the story as it is. And there are definitely times when something is so bad that even I notice it, But I feel like my suspension of disbelief is extremely high, that, like, things that for other people are like, this is ridiculous, I'm like, no, it's awesome! I'm totally into it and immersed and unbothered and stuff like that. But I also feel like I do think about the writing of things. And this is going to be interesting because as I, post my reaction videos, as I hopefully get better at posting them more regularly, you'll see how I react to media, because I feel like it is a combination of both, that I am very much just reacting, laughing, crying, yelling, but also I will sometimes pause and be like, hey, let's talk about the writing of this scene and what's going on here and why it works or why it doesn't and that kind of thing. Why do I want Kaylee to react to Velocipaster now? I don't know, Velocipaster sounds like quite the show. Not gonna lie, I've used Power Metal Concept Album as D&D inspiration. Nice. Is that an anime, a TV show, or a movie? Velocipaster, it's a movie. Okay, that's easier to watch. Oh, wild. Massa says it's a ride. I've seen it. Nice. But yeah, so I feel like, and I do, like I said, I do relate to CML in that I think that I do think about the writing more on like a second pass. But I also feel like you know, like there are plenty of times in Once Upon a Time where Mako is like, that makes no sense because of this, and I'm like, you're right, it doesn't. I never thought about that, you know. So yeah, I feel like I lean most towards just enjoying it, but also like there's at least some thinking about the writing either under the surface or on like subsequent watches. Oh. But thank you all for entertaining me with your answers. Let us go on to our encores. And as far as I know, we have 2 unlocked right now. I would absolutely love to get 3 unlocked. I would also absolutely love to get all 4 unlocked. Excuse me. So, really appreciate if you would cheer, but it's up to you. Even the things that I like, I can't enjoy twice usually. Really? Okay, well that's wild. That I don't relate to at all. I rewatch the things I love way too much. If I love it, I will continue to love it the second time, and probably love it even more the second time because I will see more in it. And like that's the kind of thing like I love, like, Pandora Hearts is my favorite series of all time. And one of the reason it is because it is so rich and deep and complex that the more I reread it, the more I get out of it and the more I see. And so, you know, I don't know how many times I've reread it. Like, I want to say 10 times, but that might be high. But, you know, I'd probably say, like, at least 5. And so, yeah, like, if it's something that I can't get anything new out of it the second time that I watch it or read it, then it's probably not going to be as high on my list of, like, beloved, you know, shows or books or whatever. So yeah, that's that's very interesting. I am very curious to hear more about why that occurs for you, Iraq. Yeah, so there's also there's sometimes a piece of media that can be so bad it's good. The Room is objectively terrible, and I love it. I wouldn't rewrite a single word of this dumpster fire masterpiece. Amazing. Yeah, I don't think this is the same thing, but like. Especially as a kid, and like I watch them less now, but I would venture to guess it's still true. I loved, like, I want to say B movies. I don't know if this is the actual definition of B movies, but like movies that aren't great, not terrible, but like it's a B. Like it's not great, but to me, I was like, this is fantastic. I love it. Time to rewatch it again. And I really don't know why I'm like this, because, like, I don't know, this is my job, is to critique the writing of things, and so it's like, how are both things true, where I can be here and, like, critique the writing, and, like, hopefully I'm a good critiquer, you guys can tell me if you think I am or not, but also be like, wow, like, and it's not a sense of, like, I know it's bad, but I like it, no, I would never know it was bad. I would just think it was good. And so, I really don't know what the deal is with my brain. But anyways, let us read Redrev's story. Hopefully Redrev is still awake. Alright. A Nightmare for Two. Morgan and Elena. I read 350 words. Come on, it's only a coin. Morgan tugged Alea toward the stand, proclaiming in burnt letters, "Scares for sale." Alea sighed. Or, more interesting, they were looking for a thief nearby. We could get a reward. Is the future knight scared? Come on, the boy exclaimed, pulling her close enough to slap a coin on the counter. 1 scare for 2, please, he said to the figure looming in the tent. Didn't you hear me? I said, how many do you have? asked a raspy, joyful voice behind them. The two children turned around and froze. Approaching them was an old woman, thin, even in armor, 2 electric guns at her waist. She was sharp, from her bones to her smile and her crazed green eyes. The symbol of Frydon proudly gilded her chest plate. She repeated, reaching the stand, "How many scares do you have?" The figure in the stand didn't move, nor did it speak. "A shame," she whispered, before suddenly snapping her head towards the 2 children. Her smile grew wide and thin. "Did you want one too? Brave little things." "Morgan, we should run," whispered Alea, eyes fixed on the gilded symbol of the enemy. The woman was unperturbed. "No? Shame you and I didn't get the fear we deserved." There was noise coming from behind the woman. Someone's running fast toward them as a clamor echoed far behind. "Thief! Thief!" "Ha! Perfect." Calmly, without looking, the woman drew her gun and pointed it behind her. The green lightning flew straight to the runner, who collapsed screaming in front of the pair. The smell of burnt meat filled their nostrils as their eyes reflected the wound on the man's leg, pure black, with the slightest hint of ivory at the center. "I hope it was enough," the woman chuckled, her green eyes eagerly drinking in the moment. She nodded, satisfied, and walked away, dragging the injured man behind her. Alea and Morgan left the fair without a word, trembling all over. Morgan didn't need to look at the stand. He knew. His coin was gone. And throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you love it.
I heard a kitten now. Come here. Come here, kitten. There she is. Super cute.
Alrighty. Let us look at the note. Thanks a bunch. Cleverly cut 100 and a few words, allowing me to post. I think is dead set in this case. Question time. 1. I wanted the woman to be otherworldly in a way that is dangerous rather than outright villainous. Did that shine through? What did you think of her? 2. Pace was really important to me for this one, especially since I wanted it to read like a true horror story. Did I succeed? What could I have done differently? 3. Do you understand how much I love people who take the time to read questions even if they don't answer them? You are one of them. 4. Any other thoughts or critiques, especially on how I could have amped the horror without lengthening the word count? You know what's funny? I kind of skimmed the questions, but I didn't fully read them before now. And I definitely read this one. I kind of read this one. I don't remember this one. So the one that's thank you for taking the time to read them was the one where I didn't take the time to read it. Oh boy. Alright. Well, I really enjoyed this story. I thought it was very interesting. The title immediately lured me in. Out of all the titles that I saw this week, when I saw Nightmare 2 for 2, I was like, I want to read that. So I think that was a great one. Because it kind of, it works for the story as it is, but it almost reads like Table for Two. We have a date night, Nightmare for 2. And so I think that's great. I really like that you used the phrasing scares for sale, because scares works perfectly well as a synonym for nightmares. And I think that feels more realistic, that somebody would have a booth that said scares for sale rather than nightmares. Because even for one of my stories, the fundraiser story I wrote, I was like, yeah, would he call them nightmares? Probably not. He'd probably call them monsters. Little monsters for sale, but I used nightmares because of the prompt. And so, it's very simple, but I think it really worked, where it's actually, yeah, I could see somebody setting up shop at a fair and having a booth that says scares for sale. And it's just a little horror booth or something. And I think that works really well. It reminds me a lot of the scene in Firefly when there's like a tent that's like, oh, aliens do live among us. And then it cuts to Kaylee and Simon in there, and Simon's like, it's a cow. It is a cow fetus that is very, like, malformed. And so, like, I mean, of course, this is different because, like, they actually, you know, got a scare and stuff like that. But I don't know. It has those kinds of vibes for me where it's like, ooh, scares for sale. You look like somebody who could use a scare, sort of thing. I feel like there's a little bit of awkwardness to Alea's response here. I don't know if I want it to be more interestingly or if just more interesting is fine, but it's the other part of the sentence that throws me. And there's kind of an element of like, sure, in this case you would say the general, they were looking for the thief. But especially at the beginning, like, there's a little bit of awkwardness to it. So I think just saying, like, or more, like, and maybe even cutting that part out and just saying, lay aside, I've heard there's a thief nearby. We could get a reward. Or maybe something like, or a better use of our time. I've heard there's a thief nearby. We could get a reward. You know, might be a little bit more natural. It's interesting because, like, it's not bad, and I don't know exactly why it feels as clunky as it does. And again, if anybody in the chat is also like, yeah, I felt some clunk to that, like, do tell why you think there might be some clunk to that. I do like is the future knight scared, especially because we know she doesn't just become a knight, like, she becomes like a warrior princess. And so I think that's cool. Like I said, there's the title. I still like it in the story. This story also described the cadence of someone's voice, and I thought that was great. Hopefully I voiced it well, but it gave me a very clear and very unique direction on how to voice this character, so I really like that. And I do like the juxtaposition between raspy and joyful. Like, that's not to say that you can't be both raspy and joyful, but usually you'd hear, like, raspy as kind of more of a sinister, scary sort of thing. And so I like that it's like they're happy, and that kind of makes it more unsettling. I love your description of her, especially that she was sharp from her bones to her smile to her crazed green eyes. I would probably take away crazed because, like, you know, just saying from her bones to her smile to her eyes, you know, would have a little stronger cadence. But I especially like the bones description. That gives me a very clear image of what she looks like, especially when you combine it with her being thin, even in armor. And just like everything about her is sharp and jagged, and it's like something's off, something spooky about her. And I think that's very cool. I don't know that I love the question of how many scares do you have, because you know, I don't know why they would run out of scares, so I don't know why exactly she'd be asking that. When I saw how many do you have, I thought that she was going to ask how many in your party, you know, how many are in your party, sort of thing. And granted, he did say 4-2, so he did say how many was in the party.
Baby, you just came in. Are you sure? Because I'm not. I'm not sure that's what you want. I'm not.
So I guess, yeah, I think I'll wait to say the rest of my thoughts on that bit until later. I do like did you want one too, brave little things, especially with her smile grew wide and thin, like, it's so evocative. I can really imagine her, and she has such a unique appearance and stuff. And I like that Alea's like, something's wrong! Like, even if it's just, oh, this is the symbol of the enemy. Or if it's, you know, the vibes are off. She's done the vibe check and the vibes are all off. I think that works well. I like the phrasing of, I didn't get the fear we deserved, because you wouldn't really usually think of that as something you want or deserve, but I think it works here. I don't know how to feel about the fact that the thief came back in at the end.
Kit Kat.
Again, I think we'll come back to that. It's really interesting because I know that this world is, like, I don't know, very unique, and I guess there have maybe been some fantasy sci-fi combo elements, but I've mostly seen this world as a fantasy world. And so I was like, I didn't realize this was a lightning gun kind of world. Because it kind of conjures like a very sci-fi gun sort of image, like a ray gun, you're shooting a green laser blast sort of thing. So not a critique, just like, didn't realize that's what's goes on in this world. And then I think it works well for the horror of, like, yeah, it got to the bone. Like, first of all, his skin is charcoal, which is pretty horrifying, and also, you can see his bone. And so it's a very simple horror, but it's like, yeah, I don't like seeing that, I hope it was enough is great. So the main question that this story leaves you with is, was it the scare that they paid for? Because you kind of have three options for this story. One is that it's not. That truly, like, I don't know what's going on with that stand, but this lady genuinely wanted a scare and was like, okay, hey, we didn't get to have the scare we deserve, so I'll give you a scare. Option two is that, like, she is the scare. And so, like, either she is the shopkeeper, or she's working with a shopkeeper, or she's a figment of their imaginations conjured by, the shop. And so, like, it's a very meta kind of scare that you don't even really know that you're in the scare. And then I guess the other option, which could be the first option, but the other option would be she wasn't the scare, but she took their money anyway. That, like, she wasn't employed by the shopkeeper. Genuinely, they didn't get the scare that they originally paid for, but she still took their money. And to me, I feel like the story works best if it's the middle one. If she genuinely is the scare that they paid for. And if that was the intention, I feel like a couple more clues to, like, yes, she is that scare would have been helpful. Chief among them being, have Morgan actually go back and check that the money is gone. Because if he doesn't check, it might not be gone. And so that lends itself more to the interpretation of, like, the money's not actually gone. She's not the scare you paid for. She just showed up. And so making it clear, no, like, he didn't think that was the scare, but he goes back and he's like, oh, that's what I paid for. I think would be helpful. And then kind of going back to before, like, if she says something along the lines of, like, how many in your party, and, like, but then everything else is the same, then I think that might be a nice clue to, like, oh, yeah, like, she's the scare. So she was asking, okay, how many to be scared? You two? Okay. Kind of thing. And I do, like, and especially if she is, like, the scare that they paid for from the shop, then I do like that, it's a meta scare. I do like that the shop is like, hey, if you know you're going to be scared, you're a lot less scared. And so, hey, let's create this business of scares where people don't know that they have entered the scare. The minute that they put their coin down, they enter the scare and they don't even know it. And so you can have this where somebody, comes up behind them and is talking about the booth and stuff. So that makes it more unexpected, and so that makes it scarier. I do think that's a really cool and interesting idea. I don't know if, like, having the shopkeeper actually seem alive or actually do something might have also helped, because I think that is part of it, where it's like, yeah, shopkeeper is either, like, a puppet or dead. Puppet, non-existent, or dead. Because he has done nothing. He or she or they have done nothing. And so, like, maybe a little sign of life from the shopkeeper might have also helped make it clear, like, no, she's part of it, she's in on it, sort of thing. Also very curious that the letters are burnt. Because, like, you could make it a lot clearer by having her, like, not talk about the shop and stuff like that. And so, like, that would have the benefit of having it be clearer, but it would take away the cool aspect of, like, the meta-ness of it. So, you know, I can't necessarily recommend that. And I do like that, like, they're genuinely shaking and freaked out, that they're like, yeah, that's the scare I paid for, but I will not be doing that again. kind of thing. I don't know why, I don't know how to describe why exactly the story doesn't work as well for me if she was not the scare they paid for, if she genuinely was just a lady who also wanted to be scared, who provided them with a scare. I don't know why exactly that doesn't work as well for me, but if you guys would agree with that, do tell, you know, why it works better for you that, if she is the scare they paid for. And, like, I guess going back to the thief thing, like, that's also part of it, where it's like, okay, like, I could see this being a magical thing where it sort of creates, like, an illusion or a dream world for them to experience the scare in. And so the thief that they were just talking about showing up makes it seem like it was real. And so it puts into more question, okay, was this just a lady who showed up? Or was this the scare? Because the scare could be real. But, like, also if it's real, then that's more corroboration that this is not the intended scare, if that makes sense. But yes, good vibes, good scene, like, great characters. I think you did a great job with this. Going back to your questions. I want them to be otherworldly in a way that is dangerous rather than outright villainous. Did that shine through? What did you think of her? I think I'd say I got that. That, like, there was some villainy in there, but I do think I'd say I got danger more than I got villainy. I don't know if I'd say she's, like, otherworldly, other than, like, the ray gun, but that was me going, I guess that's part of the world, rather than she's otherworldly. But if they don't have ray guns, then you did otherworldly perfectly. But yeah, so I definitely got the, like, something's off, something's wrong, she's very dangerous, I don't know that we should be here, you know? Pace was really important to me for this one, especially since I wanted to read, like, a true horror story. Did I succeed? What could I have done differently? I wouldn't say anything particularly positive or negative about the pace. Like, I didn't really notice the pace. Nothing stuck out to me, good or bad, regarding the pacing of it. But yeah, I think it worked that we have them go up and he wants to be scared. She doesn't. He puts the coin down and then she shows up and is talking to them. Then she gives them the scare and then they're freaked out. Yeah. So that works for me. Nothing particularly strange or jarring or out of pace to me. I don't know if I'd say it's a horror story. It's interesting because, and, like, people who are more familiar with the horror genre can, like, help. But, like, I would definitely say, like, yeah, if I were Morgan and Leia, I would be scared. But I don't know that I'd call this a horror story. Because in the end of the day, it's just that a thief needed to be caught and was caught particularly violently. And so nothing about that's particularly horrific. It's just like, oh, I don't like that I saw his bone. You know? And it's like, that could happen, like, I think, in this world. That could be a way to catch a thief, it's just like a pretty violent way to deal with a thief and excruciating for the poor thief, and not something that a kid really would want to see with their own two eyes. But like, I'm trying to think what would have felt more like a full-on horror story to me. Like, I most of the things I can think of off the top of my head I feel like so unrealistic. It feels like not what you were going for, especially because you're saying it's gonna feel like a true horror story. Because I'm thinking like, yeah, if you had a monster show up, if you had all the lampposts flicker out and everything's dark or something like that, you know, those things would feel more horrific. But I think those are too unrealistic. I mean, if she was more violent, I would probably say it's a horror story. Like, if she beat the man into viscera on the street, I would certainly say that was a horror story. I don't know, like, again, more fantastical. If she peeled her face back and there was, like, a horrifying alien underneath there, then that would be a horror story. But again, not a true one. So yeah, if you guys have like what your guys' answer is, if you think it felt like a horror story or not, especially if you're more familiar with horror stories, like, do tell. And what do you think could have made it seem more like a horror story specifically, rather than just like, yeah, that's a scare. And I will pause there because there's an ad incoming. Incoming. I think it's time to grab more art.
Don't you go anywhere, Bella. Good girl. Good girl.
All right. I really don't know why the ad thing seems to be getting increasingly worse with its, like, timings. That it's like, yeah, in 3 seconds. And then after those 3 seconds, it's another 30 seconds before the ad shows up. And I think when I first started streaming, it was pretty accurate. It would just be like, yep, 3 seconds, boom, there's the ad. There you go. Okay, so I guess I'll just show you this one first. This one might be harder to see because it's all sparkly. But this is the Owl House. I think I've talked about the Owl House many a time on these streams, but I feel like most of you have not seen it, because I don't recall really ever getting anybody who's like, yay, Owl House reference. And so, yeah, I don't know that anybody knows who these characters are. Yeah, so there were quite a few Owl House, like, pictures scattered about, and none of them really wowed me, but Hunter is my favorite character in Owl House, and, like, this one features him super prominently. And then it pretty much has, like, I mean, maybe not all the other characters, but a lot of the other main characters in it, and it's all sparkly, so I thought it was cute. I wasn't sure if I want... So, basically how I work with these kinds of things is I like to go around and look at the different arts and stuff, and then jot down, like, the booth number and say, like, Owl House art or Castlevania art or whatever. And then I continue to, like, think about the art and like, what am I still thinking about 30 minutes later? What am I, like, I really want that up in my house? What do I have a place for up in my house? And stuff like that. And so this is a case where their large versions of this they were sold out of. And so I actually wanted to ask, like, how many do you have left of the small ones? But the shopkeeper took it as, like, I was just, like, ready to buy one. So I was like, I guess I'm buying one. But it was one of the cheapest art pieces that I got, so it wasn't, it wasn't too much of a problem. But yeah, I thought it was cute and sparkly, and I don't have any other, Owl House art. Like I said, I don't really see much Owl House art that features Hunter so prominently, so I liked it. And also, thank you, artist, for doing Lilith with her black hair and not the red hair. But yes, there's that one. And good, I managed to talk about it long enough that we can save the other ones for the next ad. Gotcha. Where are you? There we go. Okay. Haven't finished it. Know that it exists. Started watching Danny Mata watch it. Gotcha. Okay. And then let's see what folks have been saying, and if other people have said how to amp the horror. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I don't know if I said that before. Garçon, nightmare for two! Darling, are you ready? I've got nightmare reservations at 7. Oh man, no, I wish someone had done that for this prompt. A scare worth their money, intentionally or not. Yep. Ragnar says, I think what makes this story work for me is precisely the ambiguity. If it was 100% certain one way or another, it would be weaker in my reading. Interesting. Well, seeing someone in your vicinity being shot is horrific enough, and seeing the shooter be blasé about it is quite horrifying, and something that unfortunately happens. This is true, like, I mean, that's kind of the thing of, like, yes, it's horrifying, and if I were in this situation, I would be plumb horrified. But is it horror? Does it fit within the genre of horror as a story? That I'm not sure of, even though, yes, it's objectively horrifying. Gets hit, looks at injury, sees bone. Oh yeah, that's a deep pain. Well, it feels more like a thriller than a horror. Yeah, I would agree with that. Whenever I see the word thriller appear, the song will be referenced. It's the law. Thrillers have the same tension as horror, but there is no dread to really dwell on. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think, because I do think that's part of it, where it's like, ooh, like, that's tense and exciting and a little freaky. But yeah, like, it isn't really like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I do think that is part of it, that you're not left with dread. Like, it's resolved. It's like, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen to that guy, but it's not our problem anymore. It's like, wow, didn't like seeing that, but oh well, kind of thing, rather than like, this is gonna continue to haunt us. This is gonna come back for us, kind of thing. And, like, I guess you could have also, like, without going so far as having her turn him into viscera in the street, like, you could have had, I don't know, like, him be, like, screaming and stuff more, and then her being like, oh, shut up, or something like that. I don't think it would have taken you fully to horror territory, but I think that would have been more horrifying to, like, ramp up how blasé she is about it, I bring my own dread from home. Kitty, are you sure? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if I believe you.
The amount of damage might in fact have lessened the impact. One way to turn something horrific into comedy is to go overboard. I mean, that's fair, and like, you know, other people can, like, agree or disagree, but I know for me that if she beat the man until he is intestines in the street, I would have been like, I don't know if I can read this one. Like, that's a lot. You know, like, that would have in no way seemed comedic to me. But, like, I'm not an avid horror reader, so maybe to the avid horror reader, then that would be funny, you know? I mean, like, and I think I have a good example of, like, different views on something, because it's no longer the latest one. I haven't watched the latest one, but the second to latest Hell of a Boss short, I forget what it's called. And like, spoilers for the short, but like, it's like a 5-minute thing, so hopefully it's not like too horrifying to spoil. But the gang gets how do I concisely explain it for those who don't know? The characters in this show are assassins from hell. They're imps, they're demons from hell, and they are hired by sinners to, like, go kill people on Earth. Like, go kill, you know, people who have wronged them. And so they get hired to kill this guy from who, like, runs an orphanage and, like, loves all the orphans and is a super kind person. And so, like, at least Blitz is, like, certain that he must be a pervert underneath it all. And so, I don't know, he asks if he can say goodbye to the orphans one last time, and they go around letting him say goodbye, and he's super nice and everything. And he seems like, we don't have any indication that he is actually secretly a perv. He just seems like a nice guy. And then, you know, Luna is relating to him and is liking him and talking to him. And then in the end, she reveals her true form to him. He freaks out. And then her and Blitz end up murdering him in a very gory way. And that's meant to be funny. And I can tell you, I in no way found it funny. And so I can totally understand, having, like, recently watched that, like, yeah, I guess for some people that can be funny because it's so over the top. For me, it wasn't, and maybe it's just, like, general thresholds of generally I'm not going to find someone turned into Viscera funny. But yeah, like, I am curious. See? I hear ya.
I knew it. I know you didn't actually want out.
So I don't know if I'm an outlier or if it's like, or if I'm in the majority, or if it's pretty even between the two. And like, part of it's the tone, right? Because, like, I don't know, you could tell from the tone of that short that it was meant to be funny, even though I didn't take it that way. And so I feel like in this case, the tone of the story overall, I think, would lend itself to it being horrifying. I don't think the tone lends itself to, like, wow, he was turned into Viscera, hilarious. And I think part of it is, like, the character reaction, because in that short, like, you know, Luna and Blitz are covered in blood, and they just look at each other, and, like, it's not horrifying to them, and so, like, you know, you're not supposed to be horrified because they're our main characters. And so there's kind of a similar thing going on here, where, like, they're horrified, and so we're horrified, you know, that if they were like, oh yeah, we saw somebody's leg get, you know, get ray gunned last Tuesday, this is nothing, yawn, then we would probably find it funny. But because they're horrified, we're like, yeah, this isn't funny, you know? Karen says, I agree with you, the ending was a bit much for me as well, from Hell of a Boss. Glad to know I wasn't alone.
Kitty, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be getting into that? I don't think you are. I don't think so. I don't think you are. Baby cat? It's your
But like, I'm only really harping on it because I don't have other ideas for, how to make it more horrifying, because I know that, what was I gonna say? I know there are definitely things that you could do that are realistic that would make it more horrifying. I just can't think of them. I just can't think of anything but that.
cat. Cat, baby. I see you. I see you getting into those things.
I love a good horror comedy like Tucker and Dale. I've heard of that. I've never seen it. Horror comedy is one of the hardest to do right. Yep, I believe that. Like, I've heard that episode didn't really hit the mark. Fair enough. Well, it's very interesting because I am on the Hell of a Boss subreddit, and I watched the short late, and so it was just the subreddit was flooded with like a lot of love for this man, like lots of fan art of the guy and comics about him and stuff like that. I'm like, who is this man? And then I watched the short. I'm like, okay, that's the man. So I don't know if that corroborates what you're saying or not. I think it does, because I think, like, I would venture to guess that the general vibe was that people liked him and didn't like seeing him die in that way, but I don't know for sure. Oh gosh. To make something horrifying, don't focus on the thing itself, but in the reactions of those horrified by it. Yeah, that can be an important part of it. Honestly, the best way to make it horror is to threaten the point of view characters. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is that I think that's part of why, like, it's not a lingering dread, because sure, that thief might be in for like a world of torture afterwards, but it doesn't affect our POV characters, so we're not left with lingering dread. But if we're feeling like, oh, she's gonna come back and do that to us, you know, oh, we're still in danger from this lady, then that would be more horror. But the fact that it's like, wow, that was scary, but it's over now, and we'll never see her again, then I think is part of why it doesn't read as horror. Another tip I've heard for writing horror is keeping the monster descriptions to a minimum, keep the audience in suspense, fear of the unknown. Yep, I have heard that as well. I think in this case it worked to describe her, because I think your description of her being, you know, yeah, like this dangerous lady that might seem like otherworldly, I do think that really works, and that is the place where the horror of the scene shines through the best. So I don't know that I necessarily advise that for this particular story, but again, I'm not entirely sure what how to make it more horror. Alright, but very interesting and enjoyable story, Rijo. Let us go on to Arachnar Kistis. So we have not unlocked Spectre or Decoy stories. I would very much like to, so if anybody is willing, then please do drop some bits during the reading and our praise and critique of this story. Honestly, like, part of me is considering using my monthly powers on, Spectre or decoys, if Spectres gets unlocked, it would be decoys. But I'm unsure, because it's the first of the month, and so there's probably going to be lots of great stories that I want to unlock. And I have used, special powers twice in a row for the last 2 weeks, so I don't know that I should. But I also like the stories a lot. So we'll see. If you don't want me to have that conundrum, then do cheer. Alright. The Opportunity of Your Dreams by Ragnar Kista. 348 words. Great! You're awake. Fantastic! There's something way worse than being stuck in a horrifying nightmare. Waking up from one and finding a stranger in your room. Also, discovering you are suffering from sleep paralysis. I can't move my body at all. Ooh, that can happen. Well, no problem. But I'm on a schedule, so I'll speed things up. I'll present my pitch. And as soon as you are able to answer, you do it. Deal? Right. I know I'm awake, but this is strange. Their voice, I can understand it clearly, but it sounds distorted, as if muffled by water. And although I'm sure they are wearing a very sharp business suit, I wouldn't be able to describe anything else about them. They are very nondescript, like something you're not supposed to remember. They open up a suitcase and produce a business card. I'm a headhunter. I've been monitoring you for a while, and boy oh boy, I'm impressed. You make the most vivid nightmares. The scary things that haunt your nights. The demons your mind conjures while you sleep. Phenomenal stuff. Premium material. But doing all that just for the artistry of it? Girl, that exportation grade high quality horror dream stuff is money on the table, I tell you. Trust me, I know this market. You get a good publisher, you make top dollar. Lucky you, I'm the best vendor of oniric impressions this side of consciousness. Partner with me, and you'll be making a fortune in no time. I should be terrified, but what I really am is confused. Oh, I should clarify something. Providing our clients with your nightmares wouldn't deprive you of the fruits of your labor. You would still experience them and have all reserved rights to the terrifying horrors you bring about as an auteur. In fact, once you get into the market thrill, I'd bet you'd come up with even wilder nightly terrors of your own. All that while making loads of money. Isn't it an amazing prospect? Ready to become an oniric entrepreneur? Do we have a deal? Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it.
You just came in. I don't feel like you know what you want.
Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Nice big beefy cheer. Mako says, can we get another 700 from the group as a whole? So let's see. So we're at 4,901. So that brings, with the 500, that brings us to 5,400, is it? So so that would be actually 600 that you need to unlock the next one. 100 bits on desktop is $1.40. Good to know. Yes, that would be very appreciated. I love the energetic voice you gave the stranger, Kaylee. Amazing. And it contrasted very well with the narration. Aw, I'm so glad to hear that. And I'm really glad that I was able to do this line without messing up on it. I think there was one I messed up on. I was like, no, not now. Yes, I think this story was fantastic. I absolutely loved it. The Opportunity of Your Dreams is an amazing title. That it's like this play on words that people often say, yeah, it's the opportunity of your dreams. Like, you get to do this amazing thing. But this is literally the opportunity of your dreams. Like, it's about dreams. Thank you, Denson. Very much appreciated. 5 benefits for the foreseeable future. Fair enough. It is very much appreciated that you unlocked Spectre's story for us. But yeah, so great title. Great, you're awake, fantastic. Great opening, works very well, and then especially contrasts well with, like, that is horrifying. Like, this person is clearly excited about something, and then it contrasts with, this is a horror. It's kind of weird, because so I really have very few critiques of the story, so this is one of those times where it's like, yeah, I don't even know if my critiques are worthy critiques, but they're all I got, so I'm gonna say them. So something about the phrasing of the next sentence feels like it has a slight clunk to it, or it doesn't have the punch that I want it to. And I'm not entirely sure why. I don't know if it's quite simply just something like, maybe I want it to be waking up and finding a stranger in your room, but, like, I don't know why waking up from one alone would add that clunk. I don't know if I want it to be a stronger image than finding a stranger in your room. Like, you know, there's something way worse than being stuck in a horrifying nightmare. Waking up from one and finding a stranger 3 inches from your face. You know, I don't know if that would give the punch I wanted. I don't know if maybe I just want it to be worse instead of way worse. It might be one of those situations where, like, emphasizing it actually de-emphasizes it. That maybe just letting it be, there's something worse than being stuck in a horrifying nightmare. Yeah, as I read that, I think that might be it. Let me read the whole thing with that. There's something worse than being stuck in a horrifying nightmare. Actually, let's do it twice. There's something worse than being stuck in a nightmare, waking up from one, and finding a stranger in your room. I do think that helps quite a bit, but I do think part of it is the finding the stranger in your room. It's weird because it's like, obviously that's horrifying. Like, it's horrifying to find a stranger in your room while you're awake, let alone when you're waking up from a nightmare. Of course, that's beyond horrifying. And so I don't know why just the phrasing of finding a stranger in your room almost, like, falls flat after all the big setup, even though it is objectively horrifying. I don't know. I don't know if you, like, simplified it to, like, waking up from one and seeing a stranger. Like, okay, let me read it with that. There's something worse than being stuck in a nightmare. Waking up from one and seeing a stranger. I don't know. I'm not sure. If anybody else has the same thought I'm having, do tell how you think it can be fixed. Or if you totally disagree, feel free to disagree. And yeah, that's already horrifying. And then having the sleep paralysis on top of that is yeah, something, whatever's beyond horrifying. It's that. And then I like, he's great. I'm probably just gonna be like, love his lines for all of his lines. But yeah, I think it's great that it's like, ooh, darn, that's too bad, sucks for you. Anyways, on a schedule, I'm still gonna do my thing. I think saying, as soon as you're able to answer, you answer, even though it's repeating itself. Something about do it has a slight clunk to it, so I think just saying as soon as you're able to answer, would work a little bit better for me. But I like it. I really like the description of the stranger. I can totally see that as being this very dreamlike thing, because that is kind of how I experience my dreams, that it's like, yeah, I can see this thing in my mind's eye, but if I tried to focus on it, I probably would see less of it, you know, that kind of thing. And so I like that it applies to kind of everything about them, the sound, the sight. And I do like yeah, they're definitely wearing a business suit, but, like, if I try to, like, zero in on it, I can't really think of anything specific about the business suit. And so I think that's really cool. I don't know how I feel about nondescript as a descriptor there, because, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're nondescript if you can at least see that they're, you know, wearing a business suit, and the fact that they're, like, blurry is, like, a descript about them. But I love the, like, someone you're not supposed to remember, and so I think I might, like, just do that part and just say, I wouldn't be able to describe anything else about them. It's like I'm not supposed to remember them, you know, or it's like they're someone you're not supposed to remember. Boy oh boy is a great little voice thing. Absolutely love their little description of, you know, yeah, phenomenal stuff. Oh my gosh, like your nightmares, they're horrifying. I love it. And that's great. Like, wonderful. And I especially love, like, you know, the salesman language used to describe nightmares. You know, phenomenal stuff, premium material, and stuff like that. It's great. And yeah, he like just overall totally sounds like a salesman, but it's like selling you on selling your nightmares. And it's cool because it's like a double prompt use, because it's somebody who sells nightmares selling you on selling your nightmares. Which makes sense for the person who originally submitted this prompt. I think that is great. And I like that it's kind of like treating it almost like a story or a film. That it's like, oh yeah, find a good publisher. We can publish this material. I think that's great. And then I do think it's interesting that they seem to start out, you know, terrified, and then they're like, okay, at first I was terrified. Now I feel like I should still be terrified, but I'm just confused. I think that's, I like that. I think that's interesting. I don't know exactly how to feel about it, because on the one hand, I feel like I still would be absolutely horrified. On the other hand, I feel like, yeah, confused is definitely what you should feel. And I don't know, I was gonna say on the other hand, he did, explain pretty clearly, but then again, he did not explain anything about, like, the process of extracting the nightmares or anything like that.
Meow. Yup. That's Kitty. Hey. Let me put you up here.
And then, you know, the ending is great. I'm like, oh yes, like, because again, it's like a book or a film that it's like, will I, like, retain the rights to my material that I wrote? It's like, don't worry, you will retain all the rights to your nightmares. You're still gonna have them. It's totally fine. That's really fun. I love that way of talking about it. Honestly, I had not heard the word auteur before, and I looked it up, and it's fun. It's, if I remember from when I looked it up, it's basically like when the filmmaker of a movie is like so integral to the making of it, like they're credited with, I don't know if they're credited with anything, but they're like credited with the idea and like the writing of it and stuff. And then, yeah, interesting that it's like, yeah, well, now that you're selling them, you'll make them even scarier. And I'm curious what you, if you guys would take the deal, because, like, I was like, yeah, I'd totally take the deal. Like, I don't like having nightmares, and like, that's not cool. But I could make money off of my nightmares, like, sign me up, you know? Of course, I would rather that, you know, this would allow me to no longer have the nightmares. But if I'm gonna make buku bucks off of this, like, sure, sign me up. But it's funny because, like, when I read it to my dad, he was like, I'm gonna have worse nightmares after this? No, thank you. And I was like, but the money, though. But so much money. So I'm curious which side you guys are on. If you're like, no, having worse nightmares is not worth that price. Or if you're like, no, money all day. And I do feel like this is one of those times where you do have to make sure you look over that contract very carefully. But, you know, on the other hand, I feel like he's seemingly, like, yeah, he's been a salesman, but I haven't seen any reason to doubt him or doubt his honesty in this. I guess the question would be, how are they extracted, and is it painful to extract them? And I don't know if it's important to, like, go into that, but that could have been a nice thing to throw in there. of like just like at least a sentence or two about how the dreams are extracted. But yeah, super fun, like great character. I was really grinning as I read this story, and it was really fun to voice out loud, so I liked it a whole lot. I'm very glad I won't be trying to read that same line on the back of readings. I'd certainly stumbled continually over it. Well, I feel accomplished in knowing that I stumbled over it less than the author themselves. It's really funny because I was trying to if you've seen Hazbin Hotel, in the second episode, well, the second episode on Amazon, the third episode overall, one of the songs has like a very fast, like, I don't know if it's full on rap, I think it's rap, but like a very fast, like, spoken, section of the song. And so I was trying to both see if I had the song memorized and see if I could do that really fast spoken word part, and I got it better than I've ever done it. I wasn't doing it like with the track, and so I don't know if I really was fast enough, but I like felt pretty accomplished the last time I tried to voice it, and so I don't know if my tongue has been prepped this week by playing around with that to do the fast salesman talk. Corian, maybe build it up a bit more, describing the weight of the bed with 2 people versus 1, like in the this part. Yeah, that could be interesting. Let me voice it with just that. There's something worse than being stuck in a nightmare. Waking up from one and feeling a stranger's weight on your bed. Ooh, that's pretty bone chilling. I like that. That works pretty well. That was probably an artifact of me still working with my previous version, where the stranger is sitting in a chair waiting for her to wake up. But yeah, the story changed, and I could have tried something different in how to present that. Fair enough. Like, I don't think what you have is bad. Like I said, I don't even know why, like, what my hang-up is, really. But yeah. It's Nightmare Sales all the way down. At first I was afraid. I was petrified. Oh no, that's another story. Well, he never said the percentages of what you would get in the deal. Never trust an over-empathic seller talking about a good deal. Their idea of fortune might not be all that much. But also cute. Do you think she has a choice? Really? That's interesting, because I've never thought anything but that she had a choice. Because it starts with him being like, hey, like, I'll present it as soon as you can answer, do it. And then, like, hey, do we have a deal? And, like, yes, she is experiencing sleep paralysis right now. But I took him at his word that once she was out of the sleep paralysis, that he would, like, listen to her answer whenever she was able to. So that, I guess the story was a lot more sinister than I thought it would be. But, like, the thing about this is, like, right now, I make nothing off of my nightmares. And so if I can make money off of my nightmares, even if it's a pittance, I still want it. And, like, again, there might be problems, like, if the extraction is super horrifying and painful, maybe not so great a deal. But, like, if the extraction is okay, yeah, I'd take, $5 for my nightmare or whatever. Or even $1 for my nightmare. Because right now, I'm having to deal with them and not getting paid for it. Not implying that is the thing in the story itself, just making fun of the horror possibilities. Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. Alright, now I'm interested in all kinds of feedback, but I got one specific question. How do you feel about the blandness of the narrator? It was a choice, but I'm torn about it, and I had some very polarizing responses in its reception, which I think is interesting. What do you mean bland? Because bland, like, would mean boring, that it's like, yeah, he's just blasé, he's boring, he's whatever. I don't get that at all from this guy. I don't find him even a little bit boring. I find him, like, very energetic and engaging and intriguing. So how do I feel about the blandness of the narrator? I feel like blandness doesn't exist in this narrator. But I'm curious to hear about what your polarizing reception was, like what people thought. Oh, the narrator. Not the salesman. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there is some blandness to the narrator. That is true. I mean, I don't know, like what would I say to that? I guess it feels like it could be a problem, but if it is, it's not a big one. Because, like, the point of the story is the awesome, hilarious salesman. And so, like, yeah, like, she's a little bland, and sure, like, it would have been nice to have her, you know, be able to react a little bit more. But that doesn't hinder my enjoyment of the story, because my enjoyment comes from the personality of the salesman. And so... yeah, like, yeah. it might have improved the story to, like, have the narrator at least have more to react to, or not more to react to, but, like, more reactions. Like, sure, that would have been nice to see. But it's not necessary for the story to be good, in my mind, I guess. Because, like, the narrator, I guess, in a way, is kind of a stand-in for us as well, potentially. And so, like, yeah, it's fine. They can just be kind of a reader self-insert. Put yourself in here. Are you interested in the deal? Now that I think about it, considering what we were just discussing, does this work and feel like comedic horror? I feel like it has elements of that, but, you know, and if you went harder on what you were just saying of, like, oh, cute, you think she has a choice, I do think that it could have veered more into horror. I think as is, I would put it pretty squarely into comedy. Like, yeah, it's a comedy, maybe a slight sprinkling of horror, but mostly comedy. And so, but I think it would be very easy to make this a full-on comedic horror if you just leaned into the horror more. If you made it clear she doesn't have a choice, if you said the extraction was going to be really horrible and painful, you know, if you, like, went even harder on the fact that her nightmares are going to be worse, then I think that it definitely could have been, what'd you call it? Comedic horror. But as is, I think it's more comedy. Yeah. Also, did anyone notice that I tried to comply with the challenge in a sneaky way? Oh, you did, didn't you? That you tried to have it that we only hear one side of the conversation. Yeah, I don't know if I can fully say that it counts for the challenge, because the challenge was not so much to have it be that only one side of the conversation exists. It was more supposed to be, there are two sides of the conversation, but one side is basically summarized. You know, one side you get to know about through the other side. And in this case, there isn't another side. And so there are elements there, but I don't know if it quite gets there, if that makes sense. To over the possibility that payment would be in fake currency, which probably wouldn't even be usable for her. Yeah, that's fair. The story didn't need to go there, but it's still a fun thing to world build for future projects. Yeah, I do think that would have added a new element of, like, there's fae here, there's fantasy. So I agree with your decision not to put that in there, but yeah, that could have been fun for, like, if you want to continue this universe and stuff. But yes, very, very good story, very enjoyable. The idea was in part that even if she answered, he wouldn't really consider the answers. He had a pitch scripted and he would go for it. Yeah, I could see that she, like, says something and then, he kind of, like, breezes past it. I didn't actually see it because I didn't know if it was, like, a spoiler for chapters 3 or 4, but I saw somebody talking about Spamton in the reviews, and he totally has Spamton vibes. Really, Cat? Again?
I don't know why you're so restless. You're not usually this restless. Baby.
Righty, Roo. Let us go on to Spectre story. Sell them a problem. Mortal kin. Cyria. By Spectre. 327 words. The sounds from the plaza rang out through her ears. Voices clamoring over each other, fighting to be heard, as Cyria stepped through the crowded streets. There's the usual fare of prices being shouted and wares being offered. Between stalls, Cyria could see a different kind of vendor. People trying to convince passersby of their ideas, their talismans, and most importantly, their warnings. Save yourself from the vengeful gaze of basilisks. Be safe in the dark. The sun protects. The sun provides. She gave these stalls a wide berth. She wanted nothing to do with whatever these people were selling. She had no interest in protecting herself from so-called things in the night. Rapidly taking a few steps backwards, she bumped into someone and found herself stumbling forward. She almost fell into a raised platform, just managing to catch her balance. Atop the platform stood a man, dressed in charred rags, hair and eyes wild, shouting into the crowd. "Only one thing can keep us safe," he kept shouting. "From the things that crawl through the dark, steal your children, and foul your farms. It's dragons. Dragons in their flames cleanse the darkness right out of you. Join and bow your heads." Cyria pushed herself away and kept weaving through the crowd, trying to get away from the wild creature. After supposed healing crystals and worthless talismans, now someone tried to sell faith like some cheap charm. She'd fought alongside actual demigods and magics she'd never thought possible. She couldn't understand why people kept trying this tactic. A tactic that was clearly just a facade. And yet, people listened. The talisman merchants were selling their wares. The thefts were listened to. The scammers went home rich. The gullible and scared were preyed upon and sold solutions to problems that didn't exist, both in perversion of the spirit of faith and just honest business practices. Cyria quickened her pace, trying to get back as quickly as she could. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. You're welcome for the feedback, Arachnar. Spectre is not here, as always, but feel free to share your thoughts. Spectre's note says, I try to use the prompt in a convince them they have a problem, then sell them a solution kind of way. People are being sold the idea of nightmares, so they buy into whatever protection they offer. Did that come across? 2, I had to severely cut this down due to the Discord character limit. Did the story still work? 3, any other comments or questions? So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. Alright, I enjoyed this story as well. It's really interesting. So I guess I'll just start talking about the prompt because that's the main thing I have to talk about. This is another story where I thought it was quite solid, so I don't have a lot to say about it, but some nitpicks. I immediately knew like what you were going for when I saw the title. I was like, okay, so you're going for this idea of like sell them a problem so that you can sell them the solution, you know, sort of thing. And it's kind of funny because and on the one hand, I feel like that was good, that the title, like, set me up, like, oh, okay, this is where we're going with this. And on the other hand, I kind of feel like it maybe made me expect more. And, like, I don't know, on my first reading, I kind of felt like the prompt was almost hidden, and, like, I wanted something to be called nightmares, or something a little more overt that seems more nightmarish. But everyone I talked to, like, absolutely loved it, got the prompt immediately, and, like, the more I read it, I was like, well, it is there, like, and you do say, like, you know, most importantly are there warnings and stuff like that. So I don't know entirely why, like, on that first reading I was left, you know, wanting something more explicit to do with, like, nightmares. I think that maybe one thing that could have helped is taking away talismans, because you have, like, something abstract and intangible, ideas, something abstract and intangible, warnings. You have something very physical, very tangible, very not abstract. So the list kind of falls apart because of that. And like, because I think that you have two things going on. You have people are trying to sell their wares, their physical wares, by selling something non-physical, by selling an idea, a warning. And so they're both there, but they're two different layers. And so combining the layers doesn't really work. And so I think, you know, just saying people trying to convince passersby of their ideas, or more importantly, their warnings. Or you could add a third abstract thing in there. I'm trying to think what it could be. I guess like fears. You know, people trying to convince passerbys of their ideas, their fears. Most importantly, their warnings. I guess warnings is fears, so maybe that wouldn't work. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so I think that's part of it, is that the list got a little mixed there. But I do like that, you know, from there you're going for the idea that they're selling an idea, not just selling a physical thing. And I do think it's interesting that we're doing this from the perspective somebody is aware that it's crap, you know? And I think you did a great job of writing how they would talk and, you know, and making each one different. I think you did a great job with that. I don't know how I feel about this part. Like, taking a few steps backwards and then stumbling forward. I don't know. There's something about it that feels kind of awkward. But then again, it's meant to be awkward. So I don't know how I feel about that. I guess maybe I want, like, a little more middle time before, like, she goes forward, because I guess it kind of ends up reading as she stepped backwards and then forwards. I don't know. I actually quite like that you went for this this image of faith, because fortunately or unfortunately, I think mostly unfortunately, I think that this is very true in our world too, that like whether it be a big well-known religion or a religion somebody made up, I think people do sell faith or do use faith to, you know, get people to give them money. Like there are preachers, like, I looked into it recently because, like, I think, like, one of the YouTubers I watched talked about a preacher and how, like, oh, like, they're a sucky person. And I was like, I don't really know much about this preacher. Why do they suck? And it was about that. It was like, they were like, yeah, tithe our church so I can buy a private jet. And I think there was another preacher who was like, I need my private jet. Do you think that, like, if Jesus were here today, that he would, you know, be going on foot? No, in this day and age, he'd be going in a private jet. And I'm like, no, he wouldn't. He would be going on foot. He would not be in his private jet. Yeah, so I think that really does happen, that people use faith, you know, to swindle people out of money, which is terrible, and I hate it. But I think that makes the story more impactful, that, like, yeah, you're in this magical world and we're talking about, you know, dragons and basilisks, but these are real things that I think real people do. And for me, as someone in the faith world, I think it actually was the faith thing that I felt like I related to most or had seen the most. And so I think that it works very well. And I think it's very interesting because, like, I've probably watched or read fandoms where people worship dragons, but it's kind of interesting that they're like, you know, foul your farms, I think is a classic thing that dragons do. And so it's interesting that they're, like, praying to the dragons to protect the farms. And maybe that's the whole, like, fallacy of this faith. But, you know, it's kind of interesting, the idea of, like, hey, other things foul your farms. Dragons will take care of that. Why did I get the image of a bunny eating your lettuce and then a dragon scorching the farm, bunny, lettuce, and all? And it's like, you ruined my farm, but are there any bunnies fouling it anymore? No. You're welcome. So I feel like there's kind of this interesting element, because you say here, you know, she'd fought alongside actual demigods and magics, and she couldn't understand why people kept trying this tactic. So she's trying to say, like, yeah, like, I've fought alongside, like, real magical things. How do people think that this is real? But I feel like that is the answer. That it's like, magic exists in this world. And so, like, I don't know if dragons and basilisks don't exist, but demigods and magics do. But if you're telling me that demigods and magics exist, then I also believe that dragons and basilisks exist. Like, I have no reason to believe they don't, from what you've told me about the world so far. And so, I don't know why she's like, oh my gosh, magic exists. How could you believe that magic exists? You know, that's kind of how it ends up reading. And then on the other side, like, and yet people listened. That's the other answer. It's like, how in the, like, why do people keep trying this tactic? Because people are listening, you know, because people are buying. Like, it's not, why are you trying it and yet they listened? It's, why are you trying it? Oh, it's because they listen, you know? So I'm not really sure I get her question there. I don't really know why she's questioning, like, why are people believing this? Why are people trying this tactic? When, like, I have been given no reason for why they wouldn't believe it, and no reason for why it's not working. I have not seen this word before, and I forgot to look it up, so somebody tell me what a faff is. And then, interesting here, this both in perversion of the spirit of faith and just honest business practices. Because the whole time it seems to be saying that she very much thinks that this is not an honest business practice. And so it's kind of interesting that at the end she's like, some people are actually being honest about it. And so it's like, how are you being honest while not being honest? You know, I don't really know. So I think the story works very well as is. Like, it's very simple and straightforward, and, like, other than, like, the stuff I've questioned, there really isn't anything confusing about it. It's like, yeah, like, sell them a problem so you can sell them a solution. Sell them the nightmare so you can sell them the cure to the nightmare.
Come here. Cat. Restless little kitty.
So yeah, I think it very much works as it is. But I do feel like the story could have potentially been more dynamic if one of them got her. If she's sitting here going like, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe anybody would fall for these tactics, so ridiculous. And then, like, somebody shouts something, and it's something she's actually afraid of. You know, it's something she knows is real or, like, has always been superstitious of. And then she's like, oh, wait, I do want protection from that. You know, I don't know exactly how you could make it work and not seem, like, I don't know, cheesy or something. But I think that could have taken the story, like, first of all, to, like, a more dynamic level in terms of the plot. Because, like, again, as is, it totally works, but we do kind of start and end in the same place. We start with her being like, like, gross, these scammers are everywhere. And then we end in, gross, these scammers are everywhere. And so, like, it definitely works and it's definitely interesting, but we don't really have much of, like, a plot arc to the story. My emotion was more of a plot squiggle, but, and so it could have been more dynamic in that way. And then I think it also could have been interesting in terms of, like, the messaging and stuff like that. Because if one of them gets her, then it could kind of have this idea of, like, everybody's afraid of something. Or everybody has a price, you know? That even her sitting here and disdaining all of it and knowing it's all a scam, there's got to be something that scares her. You know? There's got to be something that, that would get her. Because I think that's true of pretty much anyone. That even if we know that it's a scam, we know that, like, it's not worth buying, you know, there's gonna be something. there's gonna be some price. So yeah, I think that could have been interesting. And it's so funny that I've been talking about this, like, all stream. I hope it's not too annoying, but, in
Meow.
in one of the early episodes of Once Upon a Time. And I actually, like, I think maybe I could show the scene to you. I timed it and it's 50 seconds. And so I feel like slightly less than a minute is really not, I feel like Twitch isn't going to get too mad at me for that, but I also am not entirely sure. So if you guys want to see the scene, or if you're like, no, we're fine with the summary, then do tell. But in the episode about Jiminy Cricket, and he has a very wild backstory in that show, in that, like, he actually used to be human in this version of events. And his parents were absolute scammers, like the most scammy scammers you've ever seen. And like, you know, but he has a conscience. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like that they're scamming everybody. And so one of the scams that they pull is the elf tonic scam. Mako says play it. Well, hey, I need to go to the bathroom, so why don't I go to the bathroom and then I'll see if I get any more votes for play it or don't play it. Okay, play the music. So it's not 15 seconds, it's 50 seconds. Does that change anyone's answer? Where'd it go? There we are. Yeah, everybody seems to be saying play it, but A, there's an ad, and B, I don't know if knowing it's 50 changes anything. But yes, it wouldn't, of course it wouldn't be as a substitution. So this kind of works out because the screen that I would need to go to show it to you has some art on it that I was thinking of, you know, showing for one of the art time ad time slots. So I guess I will well, I don't know. I guess I'll go to that screen. So here's this screen with the art as it would be as I'm reacting. I'm gonna switch the borders. I'm either gonna look through the borders I have and try to find one that fits the colors better, or I'm gonna just, like, you know, buy some different borders. But anyway, so here is the art with things over top of it. I guess I'll just, like, put it back in. At the top. Oh my goodness. Hi, Alucard. Fit to screen, please. There you go. There's the art, as is, in its full glory. So I can't remember how much I've talked about this on stream, but because Pookie Chip's art that I was using for my backgrounds, both for my streams and for my reaction videos, I was like, I need to get some new backgrounds for both the stream and for my reaction recording. And there is an artist, he's called Junki Sakuraba on Instagram, that I have commissioned several times before. He is fantastic. His art is fantastic, as you can see here. And so I was like, yeah, like, I know that he makes actual art, and I know it's gonna be good, so let's commission him to make the background art. So yeah, so I was in the middle of reacting to Castlevania Nocturne when, you know, I learned that the art was probably AI. And so, yes, I was gonna say, yes, I've been waiting since then, but I guess you guys don't even know when then was. But I have been waiting many, many months to get this art back, and it's finally here. And now I also have my Alucard cosplay. So the second half of my reaction to Castlevania Nocturne will probably be in cosplay, and you'll have this awesome background. So yeah, I hope you think it's cool. It was $300, so I hope you guys think it's worth that. So what it is it's his version of the characters from the end of Symphony of the Night, so that I've only seen the good ending, so I don't know if he was going for the good ending or a different ending, but this is it is yeah, it's from the end of the game Symphony of the Night, where the three of them are like talking on this little area outside the ruin of the castle, and so it's them his version of that scene. Yes, I can't I don't so I have more to say about the art, but I've been talking so long about it, maybe I need to save the rest of the conversation for after. But yes, very nice Alucard and Maria. Also, Richter is there. Them being all there, it can only be the good ending. Oh, gotcha. So, like, the other endings, does Richter die in the non-good endings? I think I've said this on stream before, but when I played the game, I'm the kind of player who hoards, my potions and items and stuff. I'm like, no, there's gonna be a better time for this. I can survive this now. And so then in the finale, when I'm fighting Dracula for the final time, I just have a inventory full to the brim of potions, and so I was just using them willy-nilly. And so I used a health potion right before I got him, because I didn't know how close I was. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I guess I either didn't know how close I was, or I thought I was close to dying, even though I knew I was close to killing him. And so I drank a health potion and got my health all the way up, and that is the requirement for the good ending, is to have your health all the way up. And so I just got the good ending. But yes, anywho. Well, I didn't see anybody objecting after I said it was 50. So yeah, let's do this. Let's set it up with over behind here though. Okay. All right. Twitch, please be nice to me. Please don't get mad at me. Just trying to show a cool clip. I'm not trying to be a substitute for the show. Alright, I hope you guys can hear it. Well, I guess I will turn up the desktop audio. But you guys always say the desktop audio is super loud. And there are subtitles. Granted, I don't know how readable they are on that small screen. But I'll hit play, and if you can't hear it, tell me. Or if it's too loud, tell me.
I just can't get it out of my mind. That family.
Terrible way to go.
Oh, what? What happened?
Plague.
The next town over. We just passed through. The plague. Well, a plague, certainly.
Is it coming here? Are you okay?
Oh, us? No, we're immune.
We have elf tonic.
Made by elves from elves.
4 out of 5 court physicians recommend it.
5th one died before he could try it.
Well, you have it, right? Smart folks like you.
We've never heard of it.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear God. Oh, no, you're going to die. You need elf tonic.
Oh, I wish we had extra.
We don't have extra. There is no extra.
We could pay you,
We have a tiny bottle.
But we need that for ourselves.
What can we give you?
surely there must be something here you would want.
I'm sure we could come up with something.
That's it. I got the volume up a smidge right at the end, but that's the whole clip. So if it was unhearable and the subtitles are unreadable to most of you, let me know. And hopefully Twitch won't get too mad at me about playing it again. Yeah, so that totally feels like the vibe of this story to me, that they're like, oh yeah, the family in the town next door, they all died. Plague. Oh my gosh, like what happened? What's going on? Oh, we're fine. We're immune. We have elf tonic. And like it's just water. It is not, there is no elf tonic. And so that's the scam, is that they make them scared of the plague, so they want to buy the elf tonic. I guess I could have played the next shot. I think the next shot is them basically like bagging up all their stuff. You know, everything and the kitchen sink is getting bagged up. So yeah, totally that vibe. So for your questions, try to use the prompt in it. Convince them they have a problem, sell the solution. They're sold the idea of nightmares, so they buy into whatever protection they offer. I think we discussed that fairly thoroughly. That was the main thing we discussed. I had to severely cut this down to Discord character limit. Did the story still work? Yep, I think so. I did not see anything that I was like, that didn't make sense. I'm very curious what you cut, because it actually felt very work. It worked very well. I like voices clambering over each other. That's a great verb. Yep. I don't know that I have anything else to say about it, really, but I enjoyed the story. The story also makes me think of the Mafia, who sell protection from the Mafia. Oh, that's wild. Oh, you looked up the word, the FAFs. Something that is awkward, time-consuming, or involves unnecessary fuss or effort. It's a very British thing. That doesn't feel like, that doesn't feel like how it's being used, because like that seems like it's a person, like it's a vendor of some kind, not like an time-consuming activity, you know? I don't know. But anywho, as much as I want to read Decoys, I think I need to be satisfied with what we've got. I am much more satisfied at least getting to read Spectres, so thank you so much for unlocking it. Yeah, I feel like I really should save my monthly powers, because you know, there's gonna be more weeks in the month and more great stories to read. Oh, Spectre answered the meaning of the word in one of the comments in the story. Okay, let me look at that. Hi, kitty. Path is something I've used and seen used before. Its meaning can vary slightly from false priest to just a derogatory term for a member of the clergy who puts their own interest over that of their community or faith. Ah, interesting. Well, now I'm surprised I haven't heard it.
Kitty, come here. Come here, kitty. Cat. That is little mama.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. I'm looking at the reviews. If it's the goal for the reader to not realize everything is fake until the end, then this totally works. Yeah, that is an interesting element of like that the reader is kind of like, yeah, like okay, this is a fantasy world. I believe the basilisks exist. Until the end, where you're like, oh, I didn't realize it was all fake. Okay, you know, that's a very good point. Yeah, I thought it was an immoral priest or something like that. Mm-hmm. Clapping in the background for the stream. Yay, thank you for the stream, anti-hero. You're welcome, I guess. Wasn't there something about foxes we were going to talk about? There was. So let's let's announce the prompt for next week, and then we can talk about the fox stuff. We're early, so maybe that, I don't know how long we're gonna talk about it, but maybe that'll bring us back to usual time. We'll see. All right. Yes. Okay. I did my drum roll too early. I need to get into position. Get into prompt announcing position. Zoom. Yes. Really appreciate your little lists that said they're very simple for me to just put on screen and see the numbers. Alright. In third place with 8 votes. Oh, not 8 votes. 9 votes. We have Such a Fragile Thing. I personally really liked this prompt. Not our winner though. In second place, we have a tie between Dominate the Light and What's Haunting You. Both great prompts. Those are great too. I'm also, I chuckle inside. The Dominate the Light was inspired by T-posing to assert dominance over the sun. But our winner with 12 votes is Hell's Coming With Me. And I only realize now that I fully intended to look more into where this came from, and the song that was inspired by it. And I didn't do any of that. But I do recall that Documancer posted a maybe I can just go to it. Would it be in here? It would be in here. Posted an article, which I really don't like that you're asking me to download things. Article. Now it really is. No thank you. I don't think I'm gonna do that then. It was originally just at the top. And I was just gonna keep scrolling, but if it's gonna block everything out until I download something, no, I'm not gonna do that then. But that article had it was exactly what we do. It was saying, oh, it could mean this and it can mean that. But whoa, let us look at see, that's the thing, is I'm getting very mixed signals as to where it came from. Saying origin. Yeah, I know it's a song. I'm asking where the idiom is from. Help. Will you still tell me the truth, Reddit? Sounds like Reddit is my scrying pool. Will you tell me the truth, Reddit? And now people are saying it's based on a movie. Some people say it's a saying from somebody. Some people are saying it's from the Bible. Some people are saying it's from a movie. I don't know, man. I thought I saw something more about the actual saying when I tried to look it up before. And now, oh, here we go. Okay. It has been attributed to Wyatt Earp that at the Tucson train station he declared, "Tell him the law is coming. You tell him I'm coming and hell's coming with me." Okay, and maybe that's in a movie. Maybe that's what it's from. Is that it's a saying from a movie. But yeah, you guys are really gonna have to help me with this one because genuinely, I had never heard this saying before the prompt came up. But from what I can tell from like that saying, like, you know, the law is coming and hell's coming with me, is sort of like, I'm gonna bring hell down on you. That like, I'm going to bring the full weight of your sins. That it's not just like, oh, you know, the law doesn't like you. You know, the law, you're gonna feel the weight of the law. You're literally gonna feel the moral weight of hell, you know, you're gonna, I don't know if it's him saying, like, I'm gonna kill you, and so, like, the law is coming with me, and also you're gonna be dead and go to hell, you know? And so, I don't know, think about that before you decide what you're gonna do tomorrow. I don't know. So yeah, it seems, again, I need help, but it seems like it's kind of about a moral thing of like, yeah, you are going to be judged for your crimes, or you are going to be killed and then judged for your crimes. You could take it, I should go back. Oh, well, I can put the, poll up. Let's make you bigger. Oh, now you're a little too big. Okay. You could make it very literal. Like, you could have it be that someone is literally bringing hell to earth. It could be that, like, a demon is a metonymy for hell, and so it's like, yeah, hell's coming with me. Is this demon is gonna be at my side when we come for you, you know, kind of thing. Or, like, we're gonna go to the party and hell's coming with me. I guess you could have hell just be the name of somebody in your story. Yeah, and it could be just, like, what somebody calls a demon. So it's like, is hell coming with you to the party? Of course hell's coming with me. Hell is my fiancé. Yeah, that would be easier to read it if you gave me screenshots. That would be much appreciated. You can just stick it in the room where it happens, and then I can just click on it, scroll down and click on them. It could be the idea of somebody, like, feeling the weight of their own sins, and so it could be like they feel like hell comes with them wherever they go, as they feel the guilt and weight of their sins wherever they go. That wherever they go is hell because of that, you know, weight and pain. Its writer is named Death, and Hades is following close behind him. Ah, gotcha. So that's the thing from Revelation of, like, Hades is coming with me, hell's coming with me. That could work very well. It's funny that I saw Eddie was like, I want to write for this, but I don't want it to be a Greek thing, when it's like, you could very much use Hades for this very literally. I was going for the angle of a nightmarish road trip, that it's hell coming with a person, which is Califrac in a nutshell. Yeah, so, like, having a really tough time, on a road trip, or, like, really hating the person that you're with on a road trip, or having all these misfortunes on a road trip. Yeah, all those things could work. Let's go back to the stream chat. Nope, that's not it, is it? Oh, yeah, so Wolf also put the Revelation passage, Revelation 6:8, and I looked and behold a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed him, and power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with the death, and with the beasts of the earth. Yeah, so that translation says very directly hell. Oh, I see 2 new messages. Yeah, there we go. Wow, thank you, Corian. Was it you who posted it? I thought it was Documancer, but I guess it was you. So yeah, I'm just gonna read the article because I remember when I read from it was like, yeah, this is just going through, like, you know, what we need to go through. That is too big. Hell's Coming With Me is a song about facing one's own vulnerabilities and darkest moments while rising up and finding strength. This powerful track evokes the feelings of coping with inner struggles as well as feelings of empowerment when faced with adversity. Through its use of intricate lyricism, compelling storytelling, and captivating instrumentals, this song transcends paradigms typically associated with genres such as rap, hip-hop, and electronica. The carefully crafted verses provide an unparalleled level of perplexity that will both challenge listeners to contemplate more deeply and keep... where is it? And keep them entranced in the narrative. At the same time, its stimulating chorus provides an emotionally charged burstiness. I have never heard that word, burstiness. I love that. A roller coaster ride throughout the entire song. The profound instrumental production from start to finish adds to the intensity of this engaging ride. Ultimately, Hell's Coming With Me is sure to leave listeners uplifted, empowered, and inspired after experiencing its dynamic message. The meaning of Hell's Coming With Me. The phrase Hell's Coming With Me can be interpreted in many ways. It can mean that one will bring trouble or chaos with them wherever they go. Oh yeah, so that's like, I'm raising Cain wherever I go. I'm raising Cain through every highway in hell. That sort of thing. So it's like, you know, wherever you go, you're gonna bring trouble. It's the what did we call it? The unprotection amulet, the unprotection necklace that you bring bad things everywhere you go. That would totally work. Or that one will face the consequences of their actions and be forced to pay for them. In a literary context, it can refer to the idea of a character being followed by their misdeeds and past mistakes, no matter where they go. Yeah, that's kind of a different element to the guilt thing, where it's like, wherever you go, for some reason, like, you might see a relative of, like, the person that you wronged, or, like, run into them at the grocery store or something, or, you might just see a reminder of that person wherever you go, kind of thing. It can also be seen as a warning to someone who's on the brink of making a bad decision that if they do so, they will have to face the consequences. Ah, yeah, that's a good one too. That's pretty similar to a story I wrote this week, that it's like, what are you doing? Like, hell is gonna follow you, you know, with this decision. This isn't okay. Hell will come with you, you know, kind of thing. Though I do feel like the phrasing of Hell's Coming With Me kind of hinders that phrasing, but I guess it could be kind of like, I don't know, that the response to that could be like, I don't care, like, you know, that, you know, hell's gonna follow you wherever you go, I don't care, let hell come with me, you know, that kind of thing. Examining the phrase, Hell's Coming With Me. Symbolically speaking, Hell's Coming With Me go to represent the idea of accountability for one's actions in life and how those choices may follow someone wherever they go. Yeah, so that could be like, it's less like there's reminders everywhere and more like your choices led you to this place, kind of like an Ebenezer Scrooge sort of situation, where I think Marley warns him like, hey, our choices led me to being, you know, in these chains, like the choices we made in life forge our chains in death. That kind of thing could very much work here, where it's like, hey, your actions will shape your destiny. It can also refer to an impending sense of doom or calamity that will befall someone if they continue a certain path. Yeah, so instead of it being like, you're going to be judged for your sins, it can be like, hey, everything will fall apart. You know, this isn't going to end well. Yeah. It has nothing to do with morally. It's just going to happen. Additionally, it can allude to how certain deeds can come back to haunt someone later in life. Christianity and the phrase Hell's Coming With Me. When examining this phrase within the context of Christianity, it takes on an even deeper meaning. The phrase implies that no matter what sins one has committed within their lifetime, they will still have to answer for them when facing judgment from God. This aligns with several biblical themes, such as repentance and salvation. If one does not repent for their sins or seek salvation from God, then they are doomed when facing his judgment. I'm trying to figure out how to respond to that. I mean, I think it comes back to what I was saying before about, like, hey, whether or not you're judged in this life, there's like, you might get judged in the next life. It could be the meaning of this, like, hey, and then that's kind of like that comparison of like, I'm gonna kill you, like hell's coming with me. It's like, hey, maybe you won't get judged in this life, but I'm gonna send you to the next life where you do get judged, you know, kind of thing. Though, I feel like this is generally how Christianity is presented, though I would say this isn't exactly how I view Christianity, but that's its own topic. Historical relevance of Hell's Coming With Me. This phrase has been used throughout his history as a way to express fear or worry about what might happen in the future if certain decisions are made or paths taken. Yeah, so that it could be said in fear, like, oh no, hell's coming with me. Ah. It's been used throughout literature and culture as a warning sign of impending doom. Authors such as John Milton in his masterpiece Paradise Lost have used the phrase as well as other variations to convey this message. Can somebody grab that? Can somebody find the quote from Paradise Lost where he says this? The Bible also uses the phrase several times as a way to warn people about potential consequences for their actions if not taken seriously. Again, can somebody find the several times? We have found the Revelation one, but what about the other times? Have there been other times? I don't know. Aggravation and disdain in Hell's Coming With Me. When used in everyday conversations, the phrase tends to take on more of an idiomatic expression rather than its literal meaning. It's often used when expressing exasperation or annoyance about something happening in life that cannot be changed or avoided. It is also sometimes said sarcastically when mocking someone who is making poor choices that will inevitably cause them harm later down the line. In any case, it implies some degree of aggravation or disdain over something that cannot be helped, but must still be faced eventually by its victims. It's funny, they're like, yeah, in everyday life it's used this way, and I'm like, I have never heard it in everyday life. So it sounds like you might say, like, you know, I don't know, someone's doing something bad, and you're like, oh no, you're doing something bad, and someone's like, hell's coming with me. It's like, whatever, I don't care. Consequences will happen. It's too late now. That kind of thing? Is that what this is trying to say? And then, or like, well, hell's coming with you, you know, like, oh, you did that thing, and then, like, hell's coming with you, I guess. And yeah, so it's the idea of, like, you might not face it in this life, but you will face the consequences eventually. Hell's Coming With Me, meaning derivations utilizing Hell's Coming With Me. Popular usage examples, language trends. The phrasing Hell's Coming With Me is most commonly used as a warning or reminder of the consequences of one's actions. It implies that if someone does not take care of themselves, then the consequences will follow them wherever they go. That's an interesting phrasing of don't take care of themselves. So that could be more of like, yeah, you're not brushing your teeth and bathing yourself and eating right, and so that will make your life, oh, goodness, cat. That will make your life a hell because you're not taking care of yourself. That's an interesting one. Let's see. In this way, it serves an important reminder to think carefully before making decisions. It is also often used as a way to express determination and resilience in difficult situations. This to suggest that no matter what comes, the speaker is prepared and will face challenges come their way with courage and strength. I don't know how it implies that. Is it trying to say, like, hell's on my side? Like, I can have courage because I'm on the right side and hell's coming with me? Like, judgment is at my back, justice is alongside me? Is it that kind of thing? In terms of language trends, the phrase hell's coming with me has become increasingly popular in recent years. Its usage has become more widespread as people seek comfort in the knowledge that they can still face whatever life throws at them, even when things seem hopeless. This can be seen as usage in popular media such as movies, music, books, and television shows. It has also been embraced by various youth culture movements such as hip-hop and punk rock for its provocative message of resilience. I feel like they might be talking about the song now rather than the phrase, because, like, I'm not really seeing, like, yeah, perseverance, we'll get through anything in that phrase. And then is... what have I missed? Oh, there we go. Okay. Linking metaphors to Hell's Coming With Me. Implications and comparisons. Figurative language. Right? Am I in the right place? The phrasing "hell's coming with me" can be used figuratively to draw comparisons between difficult situations and the concept of hell itself. In this sense, it implies that whatever obstacles one may face in life are akin to going through hell itself. They are challenging, but can ultimately be overcome with enough determination and resilience. Author of this article, do you know what hell is? The concept of hell is eternal suffering, not something you overcome with resilience. Okay. Like, I guess how I would use that take is that it would be like, it might seem like hell, but it's not. And so it's like, yeah, my circumstances right now might seem like hell, but when I compare them to actual hell, I feel okay. I feel like I can get through this. I feel like that works better. The link between difficult experiences and hell has important implications for how we view our own struggles and how we approach them. By drawing comparisons between our own hardships and hell itself, we remind ourselves that no matter how dire a situation may seem, there is always hope for overcoming it by staying strong and determined in the face of adversity. In this way, it serves as a powerful metaphor for pushing through even the most difficult moments in life. Okay, I think that was kind of what I was saying. Finding hope in Hell's Coming With Me. Positive reflections. Uplifting meanings. The phrase Hell's Coming With Me also carries a more positive message that even when things look bleakest, there is still hope for better days ahead. And again, only if you apply it that this is not hell, because I don't feel like the image of actual hell has any sort of hope of there will be better days. That's kind of the point of hell. Anyways, this hopeful message is particularly relevant during times of difficulty when all seems lost or out of control. The reminder that despite all odds, there is still something worth fighting for can be an incredibly uplifting sentiment through tough times, a spark of hope that can help us get back on track when everything else seems hopeless or futile. At its core, Hell's Coming With Me serves as an important reminder not to give up on ourselves or our dreams, even when we feel like all hope is lost. That no matter how hard things get, what happened? There is always room for improvement if we remain determined enough to keep going, despite any obstacles we may face along the way. This sentiment encourages us to remain resilient no matter what challenges come our way and never give up on ourselves even when things seem darkest, to have faith that brighter days are ahead if we stay true to ourselves and keep fighting for what matters most to us in life. That felt very redundant. That makes me a little nervous about AI in this article, the fact that it was like, it encourages us to remain resilient, and it encourages us to remain resilient, basically. Embodying the spirit of Hell's Coming With Me, connection to identity, personal experiences. Ultimately, Hell's Coming With Me serves as an important reminder not only about perseverance, but also about self-identity and personal growth during challenging times. By embodying this spirit of resilience, of never giving up, even when things seem impossible, we remind ourselves not only that we are capable of overcoming any obstacle, but also that our identity exists beyond any external circumstances or struggles we may encounter throughout life. This embodiment helps us stay connected to our true selves, regardless of any external pressures or difficulties we may encounter along our journey, reminding us that who we are transcends any external hardship or struggle we might experience along our journey through life. In this sense, Hell's Coming With Me serves not only as an important reminder about perseverance, but also about staying true to oneself, regardless of any external pressures or difficulties one may encounter along their path through life, reminding us that who we are transcends external hardships and struggles one might experience along the journey of life. I feel like I'm having deja vu. I feel like that was exactly what the previous paragraphs were saying. And then that seems to be, like, repeating itself here as well. But, anywho, so, yes, but that was still helpful. that was still helpful to me because, as I said, I've only heard that phrase, 2 days ago for the first time. So I do feel like even if, like, there are some problems with the article or if it was potentially AI, okay, it did give us some info on, what we might be able to do with the prompt. So I think there's some value there. Yep, AI circle. I'm looking more into the site, and there's no author name, no mention of AI, but just keeps repeating the value transparency. Ooh, yikes. I was looking at the Wayback Machine, and this URL seems to have been used for a very different purpose for most of its existence. Yeah, that's concerning. That's concerning. I'm glad I did not try to I'm glad I didn't try harder to like make it work on my computer. But thank you for taking the pictures, Corianne. Wolf says, from Paradise Lost, me, miserable, which way shall I fly? Infinite wrath and infinite despair. Which way I fly is hell, myself am hell. And in the lowest deep, a lower deep, still threatening to devour me, opens wide. To which the hell I suffer seems a heaven. Interesting. Is that Lucifer saying that? But yeah, that definitely feels like, that definitely feels very similar to the vibes. That, like, everywhere I go is hell. There's nowhere safe. There's nowhere that isn't hell. And so, kind of interesting that last bit, to which the hell I suffer seems a heaven. Yeah, that be Satan! Angels to some, demons to others, explorers of the further regions of existence. What's that from? No tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering. That's quite the quote. Hellraiser. I've not seen Hellraiser, or, you know, I don't know if that's like a show or a person or a movie. It's a conspiracy website that goes dark in 2021, then pops back up in 2023. Interesting. On that note, there's a song called Devil's on Your Side. Interesting. Yeah, so, yeah, so that goes along with what I was saying of, like, is the demon coming to the party? Of course he is. He's my +1. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, this Arachnar got it early. This appears a little bit like an AI hallucination. That part about the phrase being used many times. Yep, your chains are forged by what you say and do. Exactly. The marriage of heaven and hell is a really interesting text, and now I can't stop thinking in a more literal marriage since they are married. Yeah, hell goes with heaven. That would be an interesting take. Okay, I'm realizing I missed a lot more than I thought I did. Your prompt list has been nuked again. What makes you feel like your prompt list has been nuked? I mean, like, sure, your prompt here didn't do as well as it usually does, but it still did pretty well, and it usually does quite well. Could be a post-apocalyptic setting where destruction has been brought down by an individual. Oh yeah, and like it could be kind of that's making me think of like the town pariah kind of thing, where it's like, yeah, everybody hates you wherever you go, people judge you. You could use judgment as like a, you know, what would that be? What writing device would that be? I guess synonym kind of like a synonym for hell. That yeah, like wherever they go, they are judged. So like hell comes with them. But yeah, so it could be like, you did this, you caused the apocalypse, you know, so like both you caused the hell and you get judged wherever you go. Yeah. Earth. Hell also gets portrayed a lot of different ways. In C.S. Lewis's book, The Great Divorce, portrayed hell as a rundown city in the rain, where people aren't tormented, they are trapped by their own obsessions, unable to leave due to focusing on their own things. There's even a bus to heaven freely available to all, but most don't take it due to being trapped by their own flaws and obsessions, even though heaven welcomes them if only they cast off their flaws and obsessions. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about that, and I have always found that, what little I know of that image, very interesting. So yeah, I would agree with that. And like that, yeah, that works very well. Like, I mean, as a Christian, you know, I talk about hell sometimes, you know, with friends and family and stuff, and there's an image that Timothy Keller would often use of hell's locked from the inside. That like, and so it's that kind of idea of like, oh, you can get out at any time, but you're not going to because of, you know, whatever got you there in the first place. I don't know if that's like, you know, what actual hell is like, but that's like a potential theory for what hell might be like. And so that works very well with this prompt as well of like, and it's kind of this idea of like, you know, you have had like 8 boyfriends in the last 8 months. Do you think maybe you're the problem? You know, it could be that kind of thing where it's like, wherever you go, you bring the hell. Like, oh, like you're complaining, oh my gosh, there are all these problems. Yeah, there are all these problems because you bring them with you and you don't even realize it, you know? You are locked in your own obsessions and stuff like that. It's also William Blake's notion of hell, which is commenting on that. Interesting. Oh, so that's what the marriage of heaven and hell is about. I don't think you'd like Hellraiser. It's a very specific brand of horror. Very fair. I appreciate the warning. Now I'm being reminded of the Chain Devils, and specifically a version of the Pathfinder that are clearly inspired by the Cenobites. I don't know who or what the Cenobites are. Alright, well I see people talking about the Fox stuff, so I think that it's time to talk about the Fox things. Okay, so we are about to talk about something very sad. We're about to talk about mental health or the lack thereof and suicide, so if these are particularly triggering topics to you, maybe step away for a second and come back. A few times, at least once, I think we've done it a couple times, but at least once, throughout our time streaming together, being the writing group together, I have done streams for Save a Fox. I've done a few charity streams, and at least one of them was for Save a Fox. So they are a fox rescue. I think their main base is in like Minnesota or something, but they have a couple like different bases and stuff now. I think there's one in Florida. And they save foxes. They rescue foxes, you know. I think they mainly like they get like pet surrenders and stuff, like people who wanted a fox as a pet but couldn't like take care of them, and so they send them to them. But I think there are wild foxes too, and then they also save foxes from fur farms, and that like sort of recently was something that they had been doing. I don't know if they're still working on that. But there were 500 foxes in a fur farm, and they bought the whole fur farm, and so they were slowly bringing the foxes over into like actual proper, you know, enclosures that they could run around in and stuff like that, and try to send them out to other facilities and like homes that could actually properly care for them and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, they rescue foxes and but they do great work there. But there has been a tragedy at Save a Fox fairly recently. Michaela Rains has been the face of Save a Fox, and I think she created the rescue, but I could be wrong. She was like, you know, I don't know, the main person who worked there, who managed everything, and she had, you know, a fox that was her fox that, you know, she loved so much. And, you know, she was, of course, like, heading the fur farm stuff that I was just talking about, everything. Like, she was the one who was rescuing and helping all these foxes, and she was the face of the YouTube channel that she would make YouTube videos for her hanging out with the foxes and doing just daily things with them and stuff. And, well, unfortunately, she has died recently, and it was a suicide. And you would have to watch Ethan's video on it to get a better picture of what happened. It is a very gut-wrenching video. But it had to do with mental health. He said that she struggled with, I think he said, borderline personality disorder, and I can't remember if he said there was another thing, but she struggled with mental health for a long time, and she was getting really negative comments online, and I think he said the straw that broke the camel's back was there's somebody that she considered a friend who was echoing these like really negative statements that people were making online. And so the weight of the negativity that was going on just crushed her. It was too much to bear. And so so it is extremely tragic and awful, and I hate that has happened. And so I don't really know what to do. I want to do what I can to help Ethan and Freya, her husband and daughter, and the rescue as a whole. And, you know, I don't know what to do, but to do a charity stream and get them, you know, some money for themselves and the foxes and stuff. So that is why I want to do this, is, I don't know, to support them through this horrible tragedy as best I know how. I think that prompts around foxes would probably be best. I might be willing to accept things that are sort of like related to mental health and stuff like that, but, you know, in I can't remember. Like, I guess I'll try and use an example of, like, the prompt pleasant loneliness. There's some talk on, like, if this was, like, a problematic prompt, and I don't think I actually said it, but something I was thinking about there is, like, if that prompt was submitted for a charity stream, I would have a problem with it. But it was just submitted as a regular prompt, so it wasn't a problem. And so I think it's a lot harder to figure out, like, what is sensitive and insensitive in terms of mental health with this kind of thing. But, you know, I guess, yeah, I don't even know exactly what, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't know if I can give you examples, but I would know it when I see it. I would know what would work and what wouldn't, when I saw it. So, but yeah, so, I don't know. But let me go look at, oops, actually wrong thing. I was on the right thing. Let me go look at the website that I will check for, like, idioms. Yeah, so the website is just called the Free Dictionary, and then they have, like, an idiom thing. Let me look at the idioms for a second, just to see how, like, spicy some of them are. Yeah, some of them sure are spicy. It's the same one that the wolf said before. So, as crafty as a fox, and then the next one is the spicy one, that I don't know that I should say. I don't even know what it means. I guess I'll say it without saying the swear, but as hot as a fresh effed fox in a forest fire. Oh my. A fox in the chicken coop. A stone cold fox. Be a fox. Crazy like a fox. One just says fox. Fox in the henhouse. Fox's sleep. No fox given, which I think is just a play on words, not really an idiom. Shoot one's fox. Silver fox. Stone fox. As cunning as a fox, as sly, as wily as a fox. A fox is not taken twice in the same snare. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, don't let the fox guard the hen house. Fox trap. Out fox. Shoot someone's fox. The quick trap fox jumps over the lazy dog. You know, I thought there would be better fox idioms out there. These are not great for a prompt. Yeah, foxy lady. I'm surprised that wasn't on there. Yeah, so I don't know. That makes things a lot harder. I can try and think more of how to make it a little more broad, because I am less sure. I mean, granted, like, if there's like one idiom that works, you know, maybe we could just pick it now and just be like, we're just gonna do that idiom because it's the only one that works. So you could do that. I think Wolf actually had a different one. Let me look at what Wolf said. The fox's window. In Japan, 2 methods of seeing yokai or distinguishing yokai from ordinary things are the fox's window, or hole, and leg or sleeve peeping. Toru Tsunemitsu? Oh, that's a lot of Japanese words. I don't want to say them all. This person says that to form a fox's window, you place the backs of your hands together, passing the index finger of one hand through the little and ring fingers of the other. The ring and middle fingers below the other index finger, and then the thumb on top of that. Quite a tangle. Appearing through the gap left in the center allows you to see ghosts and tell if a person is a fox in disguise. Tsunemitsu writes that this involves weaving the fronts and backs of the fingers of both hands together, eliminating the boundary between the surface world and the hidden world, and allowing one to peer into the hidden world. So, you know that, like, test that they have you do of, like, what kind of a learner are you? Are you a visual, audio, like, kinesthetic, and then, like, I forget what the official name is. I want to say, like, verbal, but I don't think that's right. The one that's written instructions is the one I'm the worst at. So I doubt that I can follow these instructions, but I'm gonna try. Okay, so you place the back of your hands together, passing the index finger of one hand through the little and ring fingers of the other. Okay, so is that like that? And then, wait, as a name to finger one hand through the little and ring fingers of the other, the ring and middle fingers below the other index finger, so like that, and then the thumb on top of that. Is that right? And then there's a tiny little window that I'm supposed to see through. I don't know. I don't know if I've got it. But then, but that's not even, it's not even right because it's not like that. Okay, so like that, and then, so the ring and middle finger. Oh yeah, I didn't even have it. Okay, below the other. Okay, so like, but then I'm not having it. Then it's not back to. And then the thumb on top of that, I can't even do that. I mean, I can't keep my hands back to each other if I put my thumb on top of it. It does make a window. I can't keep them back to each other like that. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Someone will have, I'll have to watch a YouTube video. Oh yeah, honestly, foxes don't make good pets. Pee everywhere, and it's a rank. Yep, that's true. Interesting. Cenobites are originally a term referring to religious individuals who sequestered themselves away to devote themselves to God. Sometimes something like monks or nuns. The Hellraiser Cenobites are basically devotees to religious obsession with pain and pleasure extremes, basically offering that to others whether they want it or not. Yeah, messed up. Interestingly, many Celtic English cultures equate foxes with the devil. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, that's true in, like, Japanese and Chinese culture where they're like, foxes are bad. Or, like, well, in like, Japanese culture there's the kitsune, and, like, the kitsune don't seem like they're all bad. It seems like they could be bad, but they're not inherently bad. And then I think in, like, Chinese culture they are, like, inherently bad. And now, like, there's, like, in Celtic and English cultures, they're associated with the devil, so that's interesting. So is that diagram, like, that's a different thing. And then, what? Go up? Oh, gosh. I don't know, man. Then everything changes. Yeah, that is seeming a lot like what, I mean, there is a little window in what I'm doing here. But I don't think I did what they told me to do. I'll always do that myself. Uh-huh. Yep. For sure. It says, I watched the video. It's so heartbreaking. It's terrible. Mm-hmm. The news that broke, I realized the organization sounded familiar, and I had a sinking feeling when I scrolled up to the charity drive and saw the name was the same. Yeah, and so these Fox prompt proposals are having me drawing a blank as to how to incorporate them into a story that's not just one verse drama. Fair enough. Yeah, so I really might need to be thinking more on how we can do this, how we can make a prompt that seems, related respectfully to what's going on, or just, them as an organization, but isn't, like, too weird. I was right, it's 9 now. Granted, I don't know if I usually end at 9 or 9:30, but yeah, this is more of our usual time, so I do think we spent 30 minutes on the normal prompt and 30 minutes on the Fox prompt. But yes, so if you're not ready, first, do start looking for who you want me to raid. In the meantime, if you're not read on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and in the backup queue. It is first come, first serve, so if you want to be read earlier, submit to the backup queue earlier. You can read your story to others, you can have somebody else read your story to everybody for you, you can just hang out and lurk, whatever you want. Foxes in Japan are emissaries of the god of rice and commerce. Oh, yeah, of course. There's, like, those shrines. Yeah. Because, like, I don't think that Silver Fox is a bad prompt, but it's, like, a man who has, like, gray in his hair who's, like, hot, right? Like, an older man who's hot. And that doesn't really feel, like, in line with, like, what we want to do with stories for this charity, and, like, kind of a similar thing with Foxy Lady. Like, Foxy Lady kind of works as a prompt, but, like, then we're just gonna get stories about sexy ladies and, like, fox ladies. And so, like, again, not great for what we want to do with it. So, yeah, maybe we need to figure out some sort of mental health sort of thing, or some sort of, like, hope prompt, like, kind of like the, Write a Better Future one that was, like, for COVID, and then what was the one for the Brazil stuff? Something about tragedies. I don't remember exactly when it was, so. Tragedy bringing out the best in us. Yeah, so we might need to do something like that. That might work better. Yeah, oh, you got it. Oh, 1 second, Julie. Yay, Charles story. They go to fundraiser for foxes. Yep. But join us or else you'll feel the full brunt of hell. This is one where you could have totally just used the prompt and been like, yeah, join us or else hell's coming with us, or else going with you. But I don't know exactly what prompt that was. But anybody got an idea for who I should raid now? I will be playing with the knot in my hands while we wait, I guess. I don't know why it's so, like, even looking at the diagram, it's, like, so confusing to me. But then this goes like that. Okay, and then you go front and you go back. Okay, but you're supposed to be somewhere you're not. You're supposed to be over there. But then there's 2 fingers over here. And I don't have 2 fingers over here like that. No, there's 3 fingers over here. And then you're supposed to be like that. Okay, yeah, so then, yeah, so 3 fingers over here. And then this finger. So 3 fingers over here and this finger. And then this over this finger. No, but then that's, I don't. Oh, no, okay. Oh, I have it like this. Okay, that was a problem. I was like, I don't have that many fingers. Yeah, because one of the fingers is a thumb. I had it backwards. Okay, so then you're like that, and you're like that. And then the thumb is on top, like that. I guess. So then you move up like this. And then, are you supposed to be back here? Yeah. Uh-huh. I think I might have it. Do I have it? Did I do it? Can you see my eye? I don't even know. I feel like it looks like there's no window, but there is a window. I can see. I see no ghosts. But yeah. That's what it looks like from that side. I don't know if I'm doing it right. I did it. There it is. Awesome. Dragon Eye Creations old writing group member. Sounds great. Alrighty-roo. Okie dokie. Well, I look forward to seeing your stories for next week. But I don't look forward to seeing the hell that comes with you. Goodbye.